Like a rogue hair. That thing. Rogue hair. All right. All right. Oh, man. Legendary mic drops. Yeah. Banned for what? Oh, yesterday. Yesterday we were like reacting to stuff on stream and the stream got banned on YouTube. It's one of the reasons why I think what I might I'm just gonna look into some stuff going forward. What I might end up doing is for like chatting, reacting, all that kind of stuff, I might end up having to do that stuff on Twitch. Because YouTube is YouTube flings that ban hammer without even like, they don't even care. They don't even look. They don't even look. They don't even care what they hit. Just bah! Like a copyright thing? Yeah, because they have like an auto copyright like what is it? Like an auto copyright detector. So what ends up happening is they will you know, if it's content that's already on YouTube, sometimes it'll auto detect the video and go, hey, you know, we think that you're just restreaming something else, even though it's, you know, technically, you know, transformative content. We're having a discussion. It's not like I'm sitting there just watching a video by any means, you know what I mean? And that that's a thing that I would rather, you know, not deal with. I would rather, you know, rather not deal with that. Because the thing is that like if something happens because of a live stream, that's the YouTube channel, and I don't want anything to happen to that. I'd rather keep some of that stuff over there. So I think I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what I'm gonna do with it. Buyout. Make a YouTube radio show with no video. Yeah, technically I could probably do something like that. What about Rumble? Rumble's just not as, it's just not as popular. Like the alt platforms are just not as, they're just not as popular. Like I'm not a Kick streamer. I'm not gonna go to Kick. I don't make the kind of content that would be on there in the first place. Rumble is, I mean, I'm just gonna be real. Rumble's more for like, you know, hard right-leaning folks more than anything else, and that's also that also doesn't really define me either. What's your Diddy take? It's too bad you missed the stream yesterday. We went all in on it. We went all in on it. Yeah, we went all in on that. That was a lot of fun. Yesterday's stream was a lot of fun. It was a good time. We spent like 7 hours just talking. It was fucking awesome. It was such a good stream. With radio format, I would just go over to Twitch when I see you on. Yeah, I think that's probably what I would end up doing. Summary for the Diddy stuff. I mean, it's just fucking crazy is all it is, and it all adds up. But I think that, like, here's the thing, man. Like, they sent him to the same. He's in the same prison or jail that they sent Jeffrey, and they got him on watch already. Like, there's some really powerful, rich people that were hanging out with that guy and going to his parties, and they're just. If I had to take a wild guess, there's no chance this sees the light of court, man. But at the same time, the difference is that there's too many people. There's like, the lid isn't on this thing. So like, if he goes, it doesn't matter because there's so many other people that have like corroborating evidence and stuff like that. It's just not going to yeah, it's just not going to end well for a lot of folks. I was watching Asmongold react to some of it too, and he was like, he said it's going to be the rapture for Hollywood, and to be honest, like it is, and it's something that's like so well needed over there. It's like it's a mask off situation that like needs to happen, because like you think about it, and it's like Hollywood actors and actresses, and just Hollywood in general, even the music scene is just the same way. Like it's just this feigned virtue that you see from these folks all the time about how charitable and virtuous they are and the things they say on the internet, just to find out that they're all a bunch of fucking deviants. It's it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. I know a lot of people want to see it for politicians, but you gotta understand, like, politicians are the real gangsters, right? Like, you'll never see that shit'll never see the light of day. They'll never see the light of day. Entertainment industry, now that's a different story. That's a different story. That's a whole different story. Don't forget how much R. Kelly supports women. Oh yeah, he does. Financially. Now. And the gaming industry is trying to be more like Hollywood. Does anybody remember the Blizzard scandal? What they would do after like BlizzCon and stuff? Which one? I was talking about all the lawsuits and shit that they faced back in, was like 2018 or whatever it was, the Cosby Room and all that stuff. Yeah, because they used to Blizzard back, like, I guess, like, so in 2018 they had a bunch of lawsuits that hit them, and it was like one of them was like these discussions about the Diddy room, the Cosby Room. I mean, basically the same thing. The Cosby Room, where they had this like portrait of Bill Cosby that they had up on the wall, and they basically go out and get all these girls like drunk as hell and then bring them back to this like room at BlizzCon, and they would do it every year. Oh my god, I'm never gonna beat the allegations if I can't get this voice thing fixed. Morgan Guyver with the $10. Could this have been China's strategy all along? Invest in companies, push DEI initiatives to weaken them from within, and then buy them out when they've all deteriorated? I actually don't think that. So for the whole Ubisoft thing, I'm like, there's a lot of like I don't know how to even approach this topic. People are going to be overly sensitive about this, but I personally don't really give much of a shit. And when I say people are going to be overly sensitive, like, I'm the kind of person that pisses off people on both sides of the aisle, so it usually tells me that my head's usually screwed on straight. There's a lot of anti-Chinese sentiment anytime Tencent is mentioned. And I think that, like, some of that's rooted in reality, some of it's rooted in completely Thanks for the $2. And I'm gonna ban you. Fuck is wrong with you? So there's a few things that I don't tolerate here. One is racism. And two is fucking idiots. Nobody's talking about BlackRock. You just want to talk about Jews for no reason. Get the fuck out of here. Jesus, dude. You make a couple of videos that seem like they might somebody might kind of agree with some of the standpoints that you have, and all these racists and weirdos come out of the fucking woodwork. Holy dude. God, it's been crazy lately. Nah. I'm not your ally, dog. Get the fuck away from me. Floodgate. Dude, it's been wild. My comment sections and some of the discussions that I've been seeing and whatnot like that. So, on the topic of Tencent, specifically. Just because I saw somebody actually, like, I was just joking around. I was like, I was memeing on Twitter, and of course that kind of thing is gonna bait the wrong kind of conversations, right? But when I was fucking around, you know, I said, you know, makes a video about the downfall of Ubisoft. 2 weeks later, Tencent talks of buying Ubisoft. Me, Lisan Al-Gaib, the chosen one. The chosen one. And I saw this dude. He says, "How is China gaining control of the market? Winning? That sounds short-sighted and retarded." So one country gaining control of the market is definitely like a concern, but at the exact same time, I mean, the video game industry has been pretty well diversified for a long time. Meanwhile, nobody wants to talk about Microsoft. We're supposed to just think it's a fantastic and great thing that Microsoft is becoming and has become one of the biggest publishers in the entire world? You see, excuse me? Have you seen Endymion? I don't watch Endymion. I actually, in a lot of cases, don't watch a lot of other content creators because, especially when it comes to like recent news and events, sometimes I think it's good to go out and try to get some information. But when you're covering similar things, I don't want my opinions to be, formulated by listening to somebody else, if that makes any sense. I try to gather all the information on my own and then come to a personal perspective on it. And then I'll listen to other people's perspectives after that, but I need to gain my own foothold before I listen to anybody else on anything. That's just the way that I live, man. It's just the way that I live. There was something else recently. Oh, like the whole Ghost of Yote thing, right? I had so many people hounding me. Oh, well, you know, have you seen this? Have you seen this? I'm sorry. How fucking stupid do you have to be to see a picture on Twitter of a dev team of like 10 or 15 guys sitting on a table and another picture of like 10 or 15 women sitting on a couch, and it says, you know, this is the new dev team, and all of a sudden this new narrative comes out where the entire company's all women now, guys. It's all women, guys. Look, there was a picture on the internet. What the fuck? They have over 200 employees at the company. How dumb are you? What? Like, that's how easily manipulated people are by shit they see on the internet. It's so crazy. And I'm like, and literally all this was born because they saw that the game has like a, you know, a gender fluid woke voice actress. Come on, man. Come on, dude. Just fucking dial it back, boys. Dial it back. You know, like, everybody's quick to go out guns blazing, but sometimes you just need to just chill it out a little bit. Chill it out. I personally want to see actual flags in the game before judging it. Yes, dude. That's what I want. Like, show me actual issues first. Showing me a voice actor? Okay. Like, yeah, they hired. Oh, well, that means they. I'm sorry. The thing that hurts my brain is trying to empathize and trying to share the perspective with people that are like, well, they hired her knowing what her standpoints are, so that means that they support it. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. Because now go to try to apply that exact same mode of thought to every other industry in the entire world. It doesn't work the same way. It doesn't work the same way. That's like, oh, well, like every company that hires everybody, every company that hires anybody supports whatever their views are on the internet or whatever they say online. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. Everybody wants to look at things through such a narrow scope, man. I live in nuance, baby. I live in nuance. I live in nuance. That's all I gotta say. It's not even a pattern yet. That's the point. Like, okay, that's not even smoke. That's like, okay, they might be rubbing some sticks together, right? Let's wait. Let's wait and see first. Let's wait. The current climate made it that way. You're absolutely correct. And that was the whole point of that video that I made, because I came out to talk about that kind of stuff, and I was like, hey, you know, the video game industry is what made it like this. I'm not really blaming the players for having those kind of opinions, or people online for having those kind of opinions, though I will try to say, hey, let's throw some cold water on this and just think for a fucking second. But regardless, the industry is the one that caused it in the first place. It's their fault that players are looking at anything that resembles, you know, inclusivity or diversity, and they're immediately thinking that it's like for some nefarious purpose or something like that. Some underhanded means to be able to program the people. What is this? I know it's L with the 9.99 says, I know it's a touchy subject, but do you think it's not a coincidence once more women started working in games, that games got the softer the games got, the quality drop? Oh, like you're saying like that games got softer and quality dropped when women got into the industry? No. Like, oh man, like that as a subject, it's not that it's like off topic. It's just that it's a really difficult thing to try to approach, because there's a lot of nuance to that kind of discussion. Like a lot. There's a lot of different lines to follow there. I'm sure there's tons of examples where, yeah, the games did get softer, because oftentimes women will have a softer touch on games, but that's not always the case. I'm just going to use this as an example, okay? That's exactly, we've lost the point. We've lost the plot at that point if you're going to be like, it's women. Women are the problem, bro. Fucking, hold on. Correlation is not causation. Thank you very much. I'll give you a really good example of this. You know what other game had half of its staff women? Stellar Blade. So now we're breaking it down to, is it like cultural? Is it, what is it? Where is it? Where, like, there's all kinds of different, there's too much nuance to just try to blame a group of people or a gender or a race or anything like that for any of these kind of things. And at the end of the day, I think what, like, you have to keep in mind is that this really does come down to, and I've said this, I don't know how to explain it any clearer than this. The issues that you see in games are not of a direct influence of the developers that are making the game. It is of the decisions of the leadership in these companies that is making these kind of decisions, pressing for these different kind of initiatives and things like that. It all comes down to leadership. These are executive initiatives that are being driven by producers and directors within companies, and in a lot of cases, remember when I'm talking about that nuance there, it goes even further than that, and then it actually comes down to the talent of the people in charge. And the fact is that there, not only is there a problem with initiatives within the industry, but remember what I said, I've said this in a couple of videos, the desire to make things more inclusive and diverse is not an inherently bad thing, okay? It's the fact that it's being handed to people that don't have the talent or the class to be able to act upon those initiatives in a way that's tasteful and doesn't patronize the people that are buying that product, playing that game, watching that movie, watching that TV show, whatever it is. That's what the problem is. It's not groups of people. This is not a team-based game, okay? And that's the thing that I don't subscribe to that shit. I've said it 100 times. I don't get into this like left versus right bullshit. I don't fucking care. It's boring. It's not me, man. It's not me. Same thing go men versus women. No, I'm not into that either. I don't care. I just don't care. It's just not me. Salad bar, not sports teams. Yeah. Yeah. The problem is that the vast majority of people want to boil it down to something simple for them to be able to understand because they are simple people. That's really what this comes down to. And that's on both sides, by the way. So when I'm talking about these kind of things, it's that people want, well, for me to say, oh, well, it's a nuanced issue, it's not just women. Well, then they go, well, I don't know who to hate then. I don't know. So it's much easier when somebody goes, yeah, it's the women. They'll go, yeah, I could get behind that. That's easy to understand. But that's the way that this shit goes, man. That's the way this shit goes. I'm gonna get a little bigger here. What button do I hold to do that? I don't remember. Bring myself down here. There we go. Please tell someone didn't actually please tell me someone didn't actually say I don't know who to hate then. Bro. You don't think anybody hasn't said that? Come on now. Come on now. Okay. So let's talk. Let's talk about this whole Ubisoft situation. This shit's wild. I think I saved a couple tweets on it, maybe, if I remember. This is crazy, dude. So I don't know if anybody knows about this place, Gary, Indiana. It's in Northwest Indiana. It is just outside. I'll talk about the Ubisoft thing, but the minute I saw this, I had to say something about it. Gary, Indiana is just outside of Chicago. It's like literally like, you know, Chicago runs right up along the side of like Northwest Indiana. It's right across the border. It's an absolute shithole. Okay. This place is it's a land lost in time. Basically, most people don't even know about Gary. Okay. I'm going to give you guys a history lesson. Gary, Indiana used to be what they thought would be the next Chicago. It was supposed to be a huge, prosperous city. The biggest steel mills in America were built in Gary, Indiana. The Music Man, if you guys have ever watched the classical movie The Music Man, he sings about Gary, Indiana. Gary, Indiana, Gary, Indiana. Like, and it's supposed to be, it was like the dream place everybody was moving to because business was booming, people were making a ton of money. Well, what ended up happening is when they dropped all these steel mills in there, they built basically what you would kind of think is like Section 8 housing just to get the workers in because business was moving that quick. Well, this city popped up out of nowhere. It didn't have infrastructure. It didn't have grocery stores. It didn't have regular shops. It didn't have, you know, a normal neighborhood or schools or any of those kind of things. So the only things that they ended up having that popped up pretty quickly for the workers were restaurants and bars. So like drugs and alcohol were like fucking huge there, but it didn't matter because like business was booming, the city was making a ton of money. Then all of a sudden the Jackson 5 came. Michael Jackson and the Jackson 5 came from Gary. A lot of famous folks have come from Gary. So what ended up happening is that when the steel industry took a crash because the US started importing steel from China, a lot of those jobs ran out, but those people were there and they were stranded. And not only were they there and stranded, but also at the exact same time, they were drunk and on drugs. And it never changed. And the city just kept being that place. And even though the city grew during the times that the steel mills are there, the steel mills are still there today. But the U.S. just never really supported that side of the steel industry anymore because the vast majority of companies within the U.S. and the U.S. government have imported steel from China and other countries. What ended up happening is it threw the town into poverty, right? And over the years, slowly but surely, not really slowly but surely, but basically it just turned into nothing other than like Section 8 housing and abandoned neighborhoods. Streetlights, when streetlights go out in Gary, they just drill a stop sign to the pole. Not bullshitting. 100% no bullshit here. They just drill a stop sign onto the pole. They said, fuck it, we're not going to do it. The roads barely ever get paved because they don't even have a city budget. the mayor of Gary drives around in like an Escalade. Like the mayor has their own like Secret Service detail and shit. Like they launder all the money because it's such a corrupt city, because there's no reason to put any money into it because businesses don't want to go there in the first place. You could go and buy. Here's the thing. You want to be rich in like 30 years or something like that, maybe? Go and buy you can go buy a neighborhood in Gary for like $100,000. Like it's nothing. Like, and here's the thing. It's right next to Chicago. So it could be a great place, but it's stopped in time. And most businesses that ever started there or were there have shut down because there's nobody there. They don't even have grocery stores there. If you live in that place, you got to go somewhere else for grocery stores. And shit like this, time capsules like Halo 2 still sit on the side of buildings. Because these are all abandoned. Most of the city's abandoned. Sounds like Ukraine prior to the Russian invading, actually. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. It's crazy. So that Halo 2 ad has been sitting there for 20 years, unfaded and degraded? No. The funny thing is that this specific ad that's up here, I also don't know what it's been put up there with, but this specific ad right here was in Gary for like 10 years, I think. Something like that. But it's just funny to see people. It's just funny to see people post shit like that. Because it really is. Detroit's always been a shit show, but Detroit's still a major city, and it's a city that's directly connected to Canada. So the funny thing is that even though people are talking about like, guys, we need to abandon everybody's abandoning Gary. Holy shit. All they did was just drive down property values for other people to come in, buy that shit up, gentrify the area, and now I would guarantee you within like 10 to 20 years Gary's gonna be a crown jewel again. Guarantee it. There's no way a city like that just dies and just stays dead. It's too big of a deal. You have the bridge to Canada right there. Already is. Yeah, I know. It's already on the up. I was in the D only a couple months ago. The only thing I don't like about Detroit now, I don't know if we have any Detroit people in the chat right now. I don't know if we have any Detroit people. The only thing that bothers me is that the Red Wings don't play in the Joe Louis Arena anymore. Bro, the Joe Louis Arena. Holy shit, that place was so great. It was like going to watch an NHL professional hockey game at like a high school rink. Oh God, it was so good. It was so good. It was so good, man. Don't you dare say the pizza. Detroit pizza's mid as fuck. Chicago represent. It would be like the Cubs not playing at Wrigley Field. 100% is just like that. The era of Detroit muscle cars is long past. Yeah. You know, hey, I'm going to tell you this right now. Chicago and Detroit can at least have a debate about pizza until the fucking New Yorkers get into chat and they're like, well, you know what about our pizza? Man, get the fuck out of here with that thin as paper bullshit. Chicago pizza is soup, right? I'm gonna pretend like I didn't even read that. Folding pizza. Yeah, deep dish is where it's at, baby. This Detroit style is fire. I don't know. Detroit cut's not bad, but I don't know, man. I don't know about all that. I think you guys are getting a lot of fucking... I don't know. Detroit pizza is noodleless lasagna, and I love it. Yeah. Go to like Uno's, Giordano's, Lumel's. Chicago's got some of the best food. Some of the best food in the entire country. I've been to I've lived in a lot of major cities, and Los Angeles is really cool because Los Angeles is like a lot of variety. Like there's all kinds of different cultures, so there's tons of different places for you to go to like try a bunch of different food and whatnot like that. But Chicago, you might not have the same variety. Well, Chicago has a lot of variety too. Barnaby's, oh yeah, Rocky Rocco, Cheesies, bro, Haneke's, yeah. What is man, 2 dots and a dash. There's like so many good restaurants that are in Chicago. It's not even funny. It's so good though. I can seriously, I could sit here and I could gush about Chicago all day. I think I missed another super chat too, didn't I? Oh, L with the 199 said Ubisoft should be rebranded as UB Hard. I mean, I'm sure gamers are right now. Ferrum with the $5 says, real question for Legdro. Legdro. That's a new one. I haven't heard that one. Most people just call me LD. If any of these Western game companies is failing, the future of gaming is in the East. Maybe we come back to that. Mr. My happy self, thank you for the raid with 22 viewers. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, yeah, no, we're good. All right, I just want to make sure on something. That's an interesting point you bring up there. We might have to revisit that actually. We might have to revisit that. Also love your videos. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, here we go. By the way, this is a European studio as well. Keep that in mind. This is not an American studio that's failing and crashing. You know, not yet at least. I don't know actually. Now I'm thinking about it, I'm like, I can't see a lot of the big like EA and it would have been EA and Activision, but now it's EA and Microsoft. And I don't see them ever like losing like their foothold. EA is a very unique beast because they make all of their money off of their sports games. I'm sorry, but it's French. Does Europe not claim France? It kind of checks out, actually. Oh, they are in Canada too. I forgot about that. Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of studios have stuff all over the place. So anyway, all right. Ubisoft stock prices rise nearly 30% after buyout reports from Tom Henderson. Yeah, buddy. After reaching 11-year lows last week, Ubisoft stock prices have soared amid rumors of potential buyout involving Tencent. Almost immediately after the report on talks broke, Ubisoft shares rose from is that 10.77 euro to 14 euro, a little over 14 euro. I think in US dollars it dropped to like 2 and then jumped to like 3, which is a massive hike for it. It has since fallen back to 298, but it's a 28% increase as of writing this. Overall shares are still down to 11% and 14% in France, respectively. They remain 42% down year to date. While the increase is good for shareholders, it's a far cry, pun intended, from where it was earlier this year. Inside the company, Ubisoft is continuing to look for answers after the recent number of recent struggles. Star Wars Outlaws struggled to sell $1 million. Keep in mind, I am going to be making a video on all this stuff next week. I just need to gather all my information on everything first. And discussions like these end up helping those videos be of a higher quality. 1 million copies this week. While it's free to play first-person shooter, X Defiant is having problems keeping players. While a potential buyout and going, while the potential for going, or for, my God, how am I reading this wrong? Why a potential buyout and going private is a possibility, it's worth noting that nothing has been finalized. What do you make of the situation with Ubisoft, including its recent stock prices? Let us know in the comment section and the discussion below in the Insider Game forums. Okay, so we'll tackle this part by part. First part, why do we think that why is all this happening right now? So the reason why all this is happening right now is specifically because of the fact they had a few very unique circumstances all hit at the exact same time. The first one is Skull and Bones. No, I'd probably say it started as far back as Prince of Persia. So Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown comes out. It's a really good game. Players really liked it, but it wasn't popular because of the fact that the game cost too much, and it was too much for a Metroidvania game. They priced themselves out of the market. That was their own fault, okay? They made a huge mistake there. Then what ends up happening is they also... One second. Sneeze. Ah! There we go. Actually, it starts even further back than that. What happens with Ubisoft, and the reason why they're in the position they are right now, is because they had a massive growth spike in during COVID, because they jumped up big time with Assassin's Creed Valhalla that sold a lot of copies. People were hungry, and they were hungry for something to play because everybody's locked into their house. They saw the massive sales for that game. They grew their studios even bigger. They hired on more people, and they started multiple projects. They started the Division game that they were going to make, the Division Heartlands, which is supposed to be the live service game. They were making Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, X-Defiant, Assassin's Creed Shadows, Assassin's Creed Mirage, and Star Wars Outlaws. So 6 games were in development, right? Skull and Bones. Can't forget that one. So Assassin's Creed Mirage comes out. It does it does decently in sales. They sold it for a fair price. I think the game was like $50. It did pretty solid. It did good, right? So bam, there you go. All right, we're all right. We're okay. It didn't do fantastic, but it did okay. Skull and Bones comes out. Falls flat on its face. The, CEO of the company comes out and calls it the first quadruple A game ever made. And it's bullshit. They call it, quadruple A because it makes you go, I stole that from a comment that I saw in Donkey's video. I'm not going to pretend like that's my joke. Let's see here. What else? So we got Assassin's Creed Mirage, Skull and Bones, absolute failure. Game cost $800 million to make or something crazy like that. Or it was like 400 or 500 million. I can't remember the exact number. I'd have to go find it somewhere. So they get that. After they get that, then, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown comes out. Good reception, but it just doesn't hit the mark in sales because people didn't want to buy it. They priced themselves out of the market. X-Defiant comes out. People were really high about X-Defiant. People were really hopeful about X-Defiant. Players want someone to come in and dethrone Call of Duty because that part of the market needs competition. There's no competition in that market. That's the reason why Activision games and Call of Duty games have felt so bland over the years, is because they don't have to compete with anybody. The only people they're competing with are the battle royales, and I guess like kind of Valorant, but not really, because they're just completely different games. And as such, folks want to mix up when it comes to the Call of Duty stuff. They want other options. They want to support other people and things like that. Then they cancel the Division Heartlands. That one's a complicated issue. I have no idea why they canceled it. It was just that I think it must have been the struggles that they were having with X-Defiant, maybe. And it wasn't being made by Massive. So it's not being made by the people that, design and develop the Division games. It was being made by one of their other folks, right? So that goes out. That hurt. There was money that was spent on it, money that was invested into it. Now you've already had a few games already fail to hit, whatever your sales targets were. Companies already struggling. Then all of a sudden you have Star Wars Outlaws, X-Defiant, and Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? X-Defiant loses all of its players because the game comes out buggy. It has hit registration, net coding, or net code issues, a bunch of different problems. Basic, very simple game issues that should have been ironed out before that game came out. And also, it doesn't really do anything spectacular or new in the market, so people just walk away from it, right? So, bam. All right, there you go. There's your first L. A lot of money on that one. A lot of content issues. A lot of just general issues with the game. People fall out of it. Game is struggling to keep players. It's not making money to keep them afloat. Star Wars Outlaws. Now, if I'm remembering this correctly, I believe that Star Wars Outlaws, likely, if I had to just take a wild guess, seeing how much money's being spent on AAA games over the last few years, they probably put in $250,000 to $300,000. 200. I wish that's how much they spent. $250 to $300 million, right? So if they spent that much, and then you only sell 1 million copies, that's definitely not making your money back. And even more so, you have to keep in mind that those game sales, you have to take out the platform cut, right? So like how much, you know, if a copy of it sold on Xbox or PlayStation, Xbox and PlayStation get their cut of the game, and then Disney is going to get their cut as well, right? So once all that's taken care of, then they get their money. Again, they're not paying. They're not paying the bills on that one. So no profits are made, only losses were taken. While this is all happening concurrently, you have massive consumer disinterest and outrage towards their next big title, which is Assassin's Creed. And Assassin's Creed is supposed to be the games that continue to float the company. The only other thing that continues to float this company and keep them like profitable in any way is Assassin's Creed, and I guess like Far Cry would if Far Cry came out, but it's mostly Siege, right? And Siege is under its own issues as well, right? Like Rainbow Six has the whole thing going on where they got, you know, they have a whole slew of issues with Rainbow Six Siege. You have like, what was it? They changed their battle pass. They made the game more expensive. Every time they go to add content to the game, they just increase the prices on everything. I'm sure that, yeah, cheater issues and stuff like that. Their monetization's not very good. There's a ton of other problems that the game has as well. Then you also got them going in and putting in like a wheelchair operator and stuff. When you see things like that, it's just like, what are you doing? We're gonna have like a wheelchairs only match. What the fuck is happening? What's happening here? So every enemy just runs up the stairs. God damn, that's savage. So keep in mind, basically their last like 6 or 7 games that they've had on deck since the release of Valhalla have all not hit targets, and likely aren't ever going to hit targets, right? So you have to think the company bloated itself during COVID because they just hired on a ton of people. They took in a ton of investor money because all these investors were like, oh, video games, video games, video games, video games. All this money flooded in. They spent all that money. They developed a ton of games, and then all of those games fell flat on their face. Now, one of the things that I think is the reason why a lot of that stuff is, and I'm going to have to look into this and like think about, I have to let it percolate, you know, a little bit. Just state is, you know, when you do these like mass hiring sprees and you spread your talent so far between all of these different projects, like you're going to lose a cohesive vision. You're going to lose a cohesive vision of like what your games are supposed to be. And that's what ends up happening when you grow that big that fast. Is it like the original, like, and the thing is that Ubisoft games are already losing they'd already lost their soul by that point. But now that, you know, once you're just going to spread your IPs and spread your studios that far, it's just going to make matters worse. So, yeah. Believe me, I did not expect something like this to happen this quickly. So there's that part of it, right? Now the next part of it is the buyout report. So Tencent owns a lot of video game companies. Okay? And they have, I shouldn't say they own a lot. They have stake in a lot of video game companies. The companies that they have the most stake in are like, man, in a lot of cases, like they actually have, they have folks that are under their wing that are successful. Like you can agree with the games whether or not you like their games or not. And the thing is that like they own Riot. Yep. They own Grinding Gear Games, which is Path of Exile. Path of Exile, League of Legends, Valorant. Epic Games, they have 40% in Epic Games. I mean, Epic Games is literally just Fortnite. Bluehole, so they have PUBG as well, 11% over there, 5% in Ubisoft, 5% in Activision Blizzard, though that's actually been bought out, so this is now Microsoft that owns that fully. Grinding Gear Games, other investments, Supercell, which is like Clash of Clans and stuff like that. Platinum Games, that's your Nier Automata, that's your Bayonetta, that's all that kind of stuff. Jaeger, I don't know who Jaeger is. Cacao, Paradox Interactive. I don't think they haven't really done a whole lot of stuff. A lot of these other companies are relatively small. They usually have like just kind of like small stake investments in a lot of companies, but regardless, it seems like across the board the companies, they're very diversified. Yeah, they're very diversified. Oh, they own Digital Extremes as well. Yeah, that's right. They do own Digital Extremes. So, I mean, if we look at it from an outside perspective, and I've talked to other folks within the industry, like though Tencent invests in a lot of these companies, they're very hands off. Like outside, unless the company legit needs a genuine makeover, then they'll like send their people in to like try to like restructure a company or something like that. But they own Warframe, not Digital Extremes, I think. Maybe that's what it is. I can't remember how that whole relationship works out. Jaeger did Spec Ops. Oh, the Spec Ops line. Oh, okay, I got you. So, yeah, there's a difference. You see, the thing is that I think in a lot of cases, a lot of people will confuse Embracer with Tencent. Embracer Group is the one that fucks up everything and forces in, forces ideologies and forces all kinds of other bullshit, ruins games, ruins companies, and then sells them, sells their IPs. It's they're the fucking pros at doing it, baby. Game Science, yeah, they have stake in Game Science as well. They provide financing. That's all they do. Like Tencent is yeah. I like this. Takamiki is fucking right on the point here. Tencent is happy as long as you're making money, then gets hands on if you start losing them money. That's basically how it works. And that's how it works with a lot of these larger investment firms. I admit to not knowing a lot about the Embracer situation. Yeah, Embracer's fucking terrible. Like Embracer's terrible. Like they are just really, really bad. Yeah. There's a huge difference between a company that likes to make a lot of money, so they just give money to developers so that the developers can make games and then they get some of that money. What is Tencent's goal? Tencent's goal is to make money. They don't care about anything else. They don't give a shit about anything else. They don't care about social agendas and shit. No. Make me money. Make me money. Yeah, no, they're not into that kind of thing. And by the way, that's not saying that like Tencent's a great company, and it's not saying that these investment firms are great, or that any of this stuff is good. I'm ideally, from my perspective, it would be great if all these companies stayed independent, because it seems like they make the best products when they stay independent. That's my perspective. How when you guys make your names like that, how do you expect me to say it? I'm gonna call you Rub. That's what you're gonna get now. That's what you get for making your name look like that. Yo, I found you through Asmongold. Nice to see a new refreshing channel. Been binging all of your videos. Keep doing what you're doing, bro. $5.99, $4.99. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Yakaharu, the $2. It doesn't even need to be said. Whatever you could have said. Thank you. So I'll take a good commie game over a bad woke game. That's not even the discussion, though. Like, that's the point. That's not even the discussion. That's the shit what I'm talking about when I say people are getting lost in the weeds, man. Like, some of these companies are not a conspiracy theory in the background trying to drive, you know, the I don't know, like drive any type of narrative or whatever it might be. In a lot of cases, what you're seeing is that there are companies that are out there that just like to make money, baby. That's all it is. They just like to give these companies money so they make them more money. That's it. That's where the conversation ends. It has nothing to do with nationalism or anything like that. And I see in a lot of cases, especially with Western gamers, my fellow Americans, I understand your concerns over these issues, but I'm gonna need you to put the cup down. Just fucking put it down for a second, okay? Look. There's a nationalistic part of this that I see a lot in the narrative with people talking about it, and they're like, oh, great, China's gonna own every video game company. And I'm like, well, no, they aren't. But two, that's their own fault for not making good video games and running out of money and forcing themselves into a position into what they need to fucking be bought out in the first place. That's what the issue is. Like, all of a sudden now it turns into like a Chinese takeover conversation. Like, get that fucking garbage out of your head for a minute, man. Like, I did not have relations with that woman. Ferrum says, tell me the proper way of thinking about it. Bottom line, real world politics have no place in entertainment. Well, I mean, that's not really the discussion that I'm having. I mean, I see where you're coming from, but I'm not going to tell other people how to think about it. I'm just saying from, like, this is my perspective. Thanks for $5 though. Like, I'm not really too sure exactly what you're trying to ask for me. Oh, Bush Jr.? Was Bush Jr. not gonna do it? No. We're gonna go in there. We're gonna make some games. We're gonna wasn't that Dana Carvey on like SNL back in the day? Fucking old SNL was so fucking good, dude. It's so unfair how good old SNL was. Holy shit. Dana Carvey and Will Ferrell. Yeah, this shit was so good. Dana Carvey was Bush Sr. Was Bush Sr. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Anyway, so it's so here's the thing. So the whole like nationalist discussion aside, they usually just throw their money into companies and they don't get hands-on with SML or on YouTube. Saturday Night Live is what I'm talking about. Tencent will worsen Ubisoft's microtransactions. That might be true. That might be true. And you know what the funny thing is? I've seen some people discussing that, and they say that, oh man, what are they? They're saying I'd rather have good games that are like predatory as hell rather than having bad games. Actually, you know what the funny thing is? Now that I'm seeing a couple people say it, they say how, and I'm like, wait a minute, yeah, you're fucking right. They say, how do you can't get worse than Ubisoft. Ubisoft is already the worst when it comes to microtransactions. They sell single player XP boosts. What are you talking about? Like they are the company that, you know, when there's those times where like DLC comes out for a game, or they say there's going to be like day one DLC, and the players are like, well, that's just cut content that was going to be in the game, and now you're going to sell it to me for an extra $20 or $30. Like, in a lot of cases, that's just us like bullshitting. But in the case of Ubisoft, it's literally true. Like, it's true. It's just, yeah, it's just true. So, and here's the other thing too. So when like you're looking at like investment firms like Tencent has like 30% stake in, they have 30% stake in Larian Studios. And Larian Studios didn't put any like weird monetization or anything like that into their game. Hell, they just put out, Larian just put out dev tools and just accidentally forgot to lock off the part that allowed people to be able to make their own maps. Whoops. Whoops. And then right after that, Larian goes, well, we're done working on Baldur's Gate 3. So now Wizards of the Coast can't be like, hey, can you fix that? Oh, we're done. We're done. We're done. I'm sorry. We already publicly said we're done. We can't fix it. I'm sorry. It's out of our hands. Really? Modders can make new maps? Yeah, people have already started to make new maps for Baldur's Gate 3. Somebody's already working on making Avernus. Larian Studios is so based? Yeah. Yes, they are. They're so real for that, man. They're so real for that. It's so good. It's so good. Dude, I love the mods. You made my day. Dude, it's gonna pop off. It's gonna be crazy with Baldur's Gate 3. Like, you're gonna see like a whole new game get born. I'm guaranteeing it. Here's the thing. Look at what modders have done to Elder Scrolls and to Fallout. Are you trying to tell me that we're not gonna see similar shit in Baldur's Gate 3? I'm almost positive. I'm almost positive. Yakuharu. With the $10 Canadian says, true that Ubisoft microtransaction is horrible. All I'm saying is they are notorious for microtransactions, expect games to be better, but with a fuck ton of microtransactions, pay to win mechanics, boosters, and shit like that. Well, all of that stuff already exists in Ubisoft games, so we wouldn't be expecting anything else other than that. Thank you for the 10 though, by the way. That was huge, man. Thank you so much. So I want to see what are other people saying about this right now. They need to be bought out and overhauled. No more of this woke shit in our video games anymore. It's not shocking to see Ubisoft struggle. I hope they bounce back. Also, it's annoying to see the comments in the app saying go woke, go broke when it has nothing to do with that. Like, that's, you know what the funny thing is that they're like wrong and right at the same time. It doesn't only have to do with that. Like, part of it does, but that's not the reason why Ubisoft games suck. It's not that big of a cope. It's not that big of a cope, because at the end of the day, you want me, I'll prove you all wrong. If they removed that stuff from their games, would it make their games good? Yes. Oh, cap. That's a fucking cap. No. Their games have been trashed for a long time. Their games have been so contrived and repetitive and predictable for so long. The like ideologies and the pandering and stuff like that, that's just like a cherry on top. That's not even the root cause of the issues for this company. Yeah. It's I think I've talked about it in a video of mine. I've seen Asmongold and a few other people talk about it. Look, guys. Look. Like, those kind of things, don't make, like, removing those kind of things from a game doesn't make a bad game good. It can make a bad game worse. The Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League game. Same thing. If you remove those elements from Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, it's still a garbage game. It's still a trash game. Kuro, with the... I have no idea what that currency is. I'm just going to say thank you for the donation. I wouldn't be surprised if we would see folks playing new scenarios in Baldur's Gate 3, like an actual D&D campaign. I would 100%. I would guarantee it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You'll probably see like a scenario. People will probably make like a scenario builder. You're going to see quest designers and stuff like that. The thing is that all they have to do, and I don't know how difficult it would be, they'd have to figure out how to... Because, like, Divinity Original Sin 2 had its own campaign maker. Build Neverwinter. This is the thing. I talked about this. In Baldur's Gate 3, in the Mage's Tower, there are multiple portals leading to other worlds. It's not going to take a lot of effort for somebody to be able to make that a reality. I mean, it's going to take a lot of effort, but you get what I'm saying. I totally can see somebody making a quest line where you go to the Mage's Tower and like click on the Neverwinter portal and then have like a whole quest line in Neverwinter. The only problem is, the only issue that you're going to run into is that you have to get, like, how are you going to do like voice acting and stuff unless you just do like no voice acted cutscenes and stuff. And I wouldn't want people making like AI voiceover mods for like the cast. Because the cast in Baldur's Gate 3 just did such a fucking good job with voice acting. GoFundMe? Oh, that's probably not a bad idea. I'm also pretty sure that didn't homeboy that plays Astarion, he's done voiceover work in a mod before. Like Fallout London, yeah. Yeah, you could probably just get a hold of some people and maybe even get them to come back to do it. Voice acting can be done with AI. I mean, we've all seen voice conversions. Well, I get what you're saying. I just appreciate the work that the original voice actors did a lot. And personally, I wouldn't want them to be voiced over by AI instead. I'm not on this whole train, by the way, with people that are like, you know, voice actors aren't worth shit. Let's just put in AI voice acting instead. Like, companies are gonna go to do that shit. But dude, some of my favorite games, the voice performances are what fucking sold it. The voice performance is absolutely fucking sold it, dude. Why did YouTube put the kibosh on stream last night? It was because I was watching content that they felt was unsafe. They didn't like that I was talking about Diddy last night. That's what it was. They didn't like that I was uncovering the truth. They were like, "We got to shut this guy down. He's figuring it out." You know what that means? There might have been some YouTube employees that might have been working or might have been at some of those parties. Careful. Careful. You gotta watch yourself. Okay. You don't want to get too close. You don't want to get too close. Gotta watch yourself out there, man. Oh, God. I'm gonna fucking, man, I cannot wait to make my video for next week. I'm gonna cook so hard. It's not even funny. Steve Chassard, monetization director at Ubisoft, says, I rarely post on social media, but today I'm sad. Ashamed and sad. The gaming industry is rough at the moment. We all know it. But seeing how gamers react on social medias, wishing ill fate to companies and people alike, is sad. And not only towards Ubisoft. Even though it is always the vocal minority that express themselves on social media, I was hurt. Hurt and ashamed to be a part of this community. What is even more revolting is coming on LinkedIn to see the same comments from people within the industry. Well, it doesn't really sound like the vocal minority anymore now, does it, bud? That doesn't really sound like the vocal minority. Ugh. On top of exposing yourselves as clearly non-decent human beings, you are affecting thousands of employees that are already impacted by the hate, doing their best to deliver an incredible experience. The funny thing is, I don't pay people to do their best. I spend my money on the best products for me. I don't give a shit how hard you work. If you create shit at the end of the day, it's still shit. This pandering towards, you need to feel bad because they work so hard to make garbage. You need to feel bad because we paid talentless people to make video games. What? What utopian dream world do you live in? You're affecting thousands of employees that are already being impacted by all of the hate despite doing their best to deliver incredible experiences. Well, they fell short. They fell short. How can you wish a company to fail simply because they do not cater to you or the product does not please you is beyond me. We're all in the same boat. Please, please, please stop spreading the hate. We should all uplift each other instead of bringing each other down. Yeah, that's called toxic positivity. That's called you want a little pat on your bottom and everybody to tell you that you're doing a good job when you're actually not, and you're not providing a valuable service to your customers. The how can you wish a company to fail simply because they do not cater to you is the question that players are asking Ubisoft when they have supported the company for years, buying the Assassin's Creed games, buying the Ghost Recon games, Rayman, whatever it else might be. It doesn't really matter. It's the question that the customers have been asking you as to why you do not want to make video games for them anymore. Why are you upset when we want to do whatever we want and you won't buy it anyway? I don't understand. Talentless freaks, yeah. This is wild. I just can't believe this is the kind of take that you would have. And you want to know why this person right here is so upset? You want to know why it bothers them more than anybody else? And they're the one that wants to speak up? Because they're the monetization director at Ubisoft. And nobody's spending any fucking money on their games. You, sir, Steve, Stevie, Stevie, are probably one of the most talentless people at Ubisoft. Because if you're the one that's directing the monetization in their games, it's some of the worst monetization that I've seen in any game, and I've played a lot of shit games. It's worse monetization in gotcha games. You suck at your job. And I don't care if it hurts your feelings. You need to think about that and go, maybe I should try to do better. Rather than asking for everybody to feel better for me or make me feel better. Maybe instead of asking for pity, maybe you should try to learn some lessons. Maybe you should try to listen to the people that are saying stuff. How could you wish for a company to fail? I'll wish for them to fail all the time. Fuck them. Why do I give a shit? You stop making games for me. I'm just going to point it out and say, I used to buy your stuff. This is why I don't buy it anymore. And that's why you're failing. Because I'm not the only one that's not buying your stuff anymore. Actually, let me go ahead and prove that to you real quick. Because you guys really like to point out this toxic minority of gamers, right? The two most viewed videos on my channel to date, both one with 1.4 million views and the other with 1 million views, is about how much you suck. But you know, it's just a minority audience. I stand corrected. Soft soy men are also responsible. Fucking. Yeah, well, L, you were the one that super chatted earlier saying that is it women that are the problem? It's not. I told you it's not. I told you it's not. Once they added XP boosters in Assassin's Creed, I knew they were cooked. They did it before then. They did it in Breakpoint, and they also did it in Ghost Recon Wildlands. I think it was in Wildlands as well. I'm getting sick and tired of white chronically online corpos making a mockery of themselves and then and they are defending people. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand. Missed my last super chat, but Ubisoft, but for Ubisoft to get worse than EA, it speaks volumes for how bad they are at the moment. The ship sinking faster than the Titanic. Yeah. Thank you guys for the $4.99. Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 10. Yeah. It's not good. This is not a good look, man. This is not a good look. Yakaharu with the $5 says, consumers come first. Fuck your greedy CEOs and shareholders. We're the ones making your money. There is no loyalty in companies that shit on us. Yep. Rub with the $9.99 says, funny how people say don't blame the hardworking employees of Ubisoft when all of them did Outlaws was lazy, and the same could be said for Far Cry Recon. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, and like that's the thing where it's just like, please stop criticizing us. We can't handle it. We can't handle criticism. Criticism hurts. Stop. Criticism hurts our feelings. And it's crazy how this lines up perfectly. This is the exact kind of response I would expect from someone following my interview with their employees. This is the exact response I would be looking for from Ubisoft. Because Ubisoft. Ubisoft is shit, man. This is rough, dude. They're going through it. This is the craziest shit I've seen in a long time. This is so fucking good. He removed the post. They always do. Did you think you were going to find allies? Your stock was down to $2. Nobody's buying your games. Your fans are upset at you for not delivering high enough quality products. You don't have allies. So going out there and trying to virtue signal about your companies and say that we need to have pity upon the people that worked hard on these games and how this is going to cost people their jobs, that's not my responsibility. And it's also not the responsibility of companies. Companies are not here to, they're not moral arbiters, and they're also not the gracious people that are giving folks jobs. Your job is not to protect people. Your job is to protect, well, not to protect. Your job is to provide services and products, and that's what you're supposed to do. And you haven't done a very good job at doing it. And as such, people aren't buying your products. Nobody gives a shit about your games, and this is the position that you're in. But you're out here crying and begging for attention. Cult aside, thank you for the membership, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's insane. Indie companies and devs make better games than a quadruple A company. Yes, true. Thank you for the 5. Very, very true. Very true. Look at the latest Endymion. I don't know what like on Twitter or something or what. I'm also super sick of them taking the 0.0001% who are super dicks about it and then painting it as the rest of the gamers. I love that you said that. This is the same thing that I brought up in one of my last videos. What ends up happening with folks like this is that the only people that they are seeing are the extremists. They only see the extremes. And genuine criticism ends up being deflected because they throw all of that alongside it. And it sucks. It's bullshit. And here's the thing. I can empathize. It sucks that people are like that are out there that say crazy shit, right? We had folks just in chat not even a few minutes ago that came in here that were talking about that were like being racist about stuff, and you're gonna have people that come in and do that kind of thing, and folks that want to hijack it because they think it's part of their narrative, right? Well, and because I say something that seems like it kind of supports it, they just want to grab it and leech it onto their thing. And yeah, these are the people that end up seeing that shit and go, oh, that's all of them, they're all saying the same thing. No. It's not even the same discussion. We're not even in the same fucking room or state. I don't even know what you're talking about. Because at the end of the day, there are a lot of the toxic are often the loudest. They are. The toxic are often the loudest. Alphabet Mafia, that's the same thing though. I'm gonna say this again. The problem is that one of the things people have, the biggest issue that I see today is when issues like this arise, people want a simple group to be able to point at and say it is their fault. So you'll have a lot of people that'll point at and say it's the gays. No, it's not. There's plenty of people that are out there that are gay that don't want any of this shit in fucking video games. There's plenty of people that don't even fucking think about it. Never asked for it. Don't want that kind of representation, because 9 times out of 10, the people that are representing these folks in video games are doing it in the wrong way, and it's patronizing, and it's a poor shit job of doing it. Look at how they made the characters look in fucking Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League. It's people who claim to represent them. Thank you. Yes, that's exactly what it is. There is no simple group to point at and say it's them that's doing it. That's not how this shit works. It's just talentless weirdos. Talentless freaks. Dragon Age looks awful. I'm so not interested in that game. I'm so not interested in Dragon Age that I don't even want to hate it. I don't even want to give it the energy. I don't even want to give it the energy. I'm just going to be real with you guys. Yakahara with the 10. It saddens me. It'll go up in flames. I used to love Ubisoft. The golden era of Ubi was amazing. There was something that needed to happen. A wake-up call to other companies. Well, here's the thing. Like, the wake-up calls have been ringing for a long time. There's been so many really good games over the last few years that people have been able to play. We've all been able to get our hands on and enjoy, and you can easily see it within the market today. You know, something that I saw recently, and it's another, like, really good point. I think I saved it. Yeah. Look at this. So this is a report from Media. Most gamers prefer single player games. They go in, they detail, they chart the information, they graph it all out and everything like that. They show specifically, you know, what age groups right now are the most interested in what type of game. Showing that, like, single player games are some of the best selling games. Over 53% of players like single player games more than anything else. You see that, like, from 16 to 19, it's all about online PvP. From 20 to 24, it's all about online PvP. And then the minute that they get past 24 is the second that they drop into single player games. And all of a sudden it equals out. And then there's a much greater interest after age 25 of people wanting to play single player. And by the way, you know what's crazy is that while there's, like, you look 41% single player, 35 to 44, 49, 55 or 45 to 54, 65%, 55 plus, 74%. That's huge. And the funny thing is that from ages 25 to 55 plus, this is where all the fucking money is, baby. Now, mind you, you're going to get a lot of people that are in here that want, you're going to get a lot of people that are in here, no, sorry. In this, like, 16 to 24 range, like, you're going to have, like, a lot of young gamers in here, but 25 to 55 plus, that's where the money is, because they have the money to spend, because they have fucking jobs. And in a lot of cases, these are the ones that are spending the money on these guys. What is PvE in this graph? I'm not really too sure what a player in versus. Oh, it would probably be like a PvE, maybe like a PvE live service game, because there's a difference. So like Vermintide and things like that. You know what I mean? Hold on, I'm missing a couple things. Nightwolf. I think the new Dragon Age is wanting to distance itself away from past iterations, but, like, why not just start a new IP? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I really don't understand what's going on with that game. Like, it just doesn't resemble what I loved about Dragon Age. So I'm just not super interested in it. And I never played Inquisition either, because Inquisition also kind of represented that, where I was just like, yeah, it just really isn't for me. I stopped playing Dragon Age after D2. DA2, and then that was it. $10. Endymion TV on YouTube. Latest video, 6-minute Ubisoft stuff. I mean, if he just posted a video, I'm not gonna watch somebody's video the day that they posted it. That's not a thing that I like to do. It's not a nice thing to do to another YouTuber. Phoenix 499 or Phoenix with 499 says they see legitimate criticism. Just say it's easier to straw man the criticism away from for shareholders. I low key believe they use bots to spread the worst. I don't know about that. Thank you guys for 499. Thank you guys for the donos, by the way. Thank you for the 10. Thank you for the 10 and thank you for the 5 and the other 10. I just don't understand how like it's just so painfully obvious to see like where your money's going and how you're wasting your money. That's the problem that I have with this. It's so easy to see where you're losing your money. Chat's making it rain today. Love you all. Yeah, I know. Be kind to your moderator. Which, by the way, we do need to get new stream moderators. So if you guys are in the Discord, make sure you join the Discord, and I want to try to get a couple more people for moderation and moderator singular. No, Tickle's on too. I don't know if Tickle's on. No, Takamiki's here. Yo, wow, Jax, wow, all alone, huh? All alone, just. So, like, it's so painfully obvious to see where you're losing your money, and I think that's one of the things that's the most frustrating about it, is that a lot of these companies, like, you know, like this guy right here, you know, wants to pretend like it's something else when it's not. That's the thing that, like, really aggravates me, and I think in a lot of cases it aggravates a lot of other players as well, where it's just like, how do you guys not see the problem here? And you know what the funny thing is that, like, while a lot of people want to just tie this down to, like, social politics more than anything else, that's not like the root issue here. It's a product of bad employees and bad leadership. It's a product of companies that grew too large, grew too big, and lost a cohesive vision of what it means to make a great game. It's the end result of companies making the same thing over and over again and losing any of their ability to make anything creative. What fucking social politics? They suck at making games. That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. This is heresy. The money is in the money is in the pockets of the parents with money problems. Think of the kids. Think of the kids. Raise disease. Roz. Thank you for the prime. Thank you for the prime. I can't say it. I joined stream late. How's Ghost going, man? You never get around to checking out Ne Obliviscaris, great metal band. I've never heard of them before. I might have to check it out. No, are they like Norse, like Norwegian or something like that? Right, Ryan with the 10 says, I always preferred single player games when I grew up, like Half-Life, and I never touched PvP games that offer it. If I'm not playing solo, I want to be cooperative, non-competitive. I think that's probably the best way to look at it. When we're looking at this graph that they were showing right here, PvE probably just means non-competitive games. So like Helldivers 2, Borderlands, there's a long list of like PvE, PvE games. Diablo would be included in that. Stuff like that. Yeah. Couch co-op has fallen off a little bit, but it still has some popularity out there, which is really nice to see. The funny thing is, a lot of people have had a debate over the last few years on whether or not they should just get rid of couch co-op because it'll lessen the time needed for developers and optimization and all that stuff. To be honest, man, like I'm just of the mind you need to put everything into a game. That's it. You just need to put it all into a game. Ian with the $5 says, woke doesn't bother me. I'm kind of woke, I guess. It's cringe that bothers me. You know what the funny thing is? I think that's actually true for the vast majority of people. It's not even like, I don't even think it's the classification of like woke things. I don't really like the word in general. It's one of the reasons why I don't really use it. But, again, it's like I said in my last video, it's not about, like, people don't give a shit if there's a gay character. They don't give a shit if, there's different diversity of races. They don't give a shit if it's a female character or whatever it might be. It's when these things are brought in that they're not adding any value and they're shoehorned in for the wrong reasons. And it's cringe and it's weird. And it's one of those things where it's like players will sit there and they'll play something and they know when they're being patronized and they don't like it. That's really all it is. People should care if it's authentic. Yeah. Yeah. Simple as that. Nothing. I said no thanks. So this is the thing, like when you have data that's out there right now that's showing that the vast majority of players are really like, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of money in single player, there's a lot of money in multiplayer games, and that's the reason why companies are okay with gambling on it in the first place, is because they know that, well, it doesn't matter that players want single player games. I'm going to continue to make live service games because I know that if I get one hit, then it's going to pay for everything at the company, which doesn't make sense for a company like Ubisoft because you already have a successful live service game in Rainbow Six Siege. So like you're out there trying to push more live service games. Yeah, of course you're going to fail. You've already captured some of that audience to begin with. I think what a lot of these developers don't realize is that for every single successful live service game that's out there, that was me, not you guys. For every successful live service game that's out there, it makes it harder for the next company to be able to enter into that market. It makes it more difficult to penetrate into that market when you have more competitors that are out there that are taking up some of that market share. Z-Guild, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. All the talent from BioWare went to the new studio working on the game Exodus under Wizards of the Coast. All the old talent? Yeah, I think most of the people that I've seen that have been working on the new game aren't they're not the original team. Whack. Whack yak. I don't know how you say that. Thank you for the Prime. MMOs demand so much of your time, it's hard to sell people or tell people to drop their old MMO for a newfangled one. Well, see, and the thing is with like MMOs specifically, and I think you can kind of see this with, what's that new MMO that came out recently? Throne and Liberty? Throne and Liberty. 273,000 players right now. It just hit its peak. 287, which is down from the day before. It lost, 20,000 people. It was down 10,000 people from the day before that. It's slowly slowing down. And the thing is that like what you're going to see in a lot of cases is you're going to see players, they're going to come and try one of these games out, and they're probably just going to go back to the game that they were already playing. They're just going to go back to the game that they were already playing. Why would I want to invest time in it? And then here's the thing, the lower that this number goes, the less people that want to invest time in it, because players have begun to realize that if a live service game loses enough players too quickly, there's nothing for them to do in the game. Match times get longer, it gets more difficult for you to play with other people, and also the work that you have in a game like that, especially a live service or an MMO, just doesn't even feel worth it. What's the point? Why would I want to invest time into this game if nobody's playing it? The death spiral. Yes, it is. And when I look at games like Ashes of Creation, and I see a couple other MMOs that are being built as well, it's just like, man, I mean, you're taking a massive gamble on a game like this. And the other thing is that the vast majority of MMOs today are held up by older audiences, not younger audiences. And I still don't think that there's been an MMO that's been positioned properly to be able to like bring in like Gen A and Gen Z. I just don't think they're there right now. They're not playing World of Warcraft. No shot. Maybe some of them are playing Final Fantasy 14, right? Because like Final Fantasy 14 is like that weird thing where it's like, it's an MMO, right? It's an MMO, but it's like so casual and so easy to like jump in and jump out of that you don't really feel like you're married to it all that much. So it feels like the barrier to entry is a little bit lower, even though there's like 600 hours of story content. It's a good story. It's just a lot of game time. It's a lot of time. And Final Fantasy does have cat girls. That's the other thing too. Give the players what they want. What do they want? Cat girls. Super tall bunny girls with thick thighs. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they want. Give them what they want. So it's crazy that when I see, when I see something like this happen for Ubisoft, when you go and you can easily look at the data and see like where players' interests are going, when you look at the highest selling games, when you go and you look at the highest selling games of 2024, single player. This is just going off of most players. I hate when these websites want to bring in like best-selling games in the US so far. Man, that's crazy that Spider-Man or that Sea of Thieves and Minecraft and stuff is doing that well still. Grand Theft Auto 5 as well. But look, single player. I mean that happens every single year. You know it's a dark year when this somehow made it onto the 14th spot of the year. When was this updated last? Oh, this is August of 2020, August 21st. This is like 2 months old. NBA 2K, Madden NFL. This is the reason why I say like EA is not going anywhere. EA is not going anywhere. Single player. Multiplayer. Fighting game, though. Single player. WWE 2K24 did that well? Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant? Do the people even playing this game even know who the fuck those guys are? I have doubts on the validity of this list. I do too. Modern games journalism, everybody. Elden Ring at 6. EA Sports MVP bundle. Dragon's Dogma 2 at 4. Call of Duty at 3. Helldivers at 2. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Bro, man, these guys... Do you guys... I forgot WWE has a good story. That's actually true, by the way. WWE storytelling is some of the best that's out there. It's some of the best that's out there. Hands down. I'm worried about some of the Ubisoft games, like the new Anno. Here's the thing. Gear, thank you for the 5, by the way. I don't have a really bright outlook on a lot of their stuff. Soap opera for men. It's a great soap opera for men. Okay. I haven't watched the WWE in years. To be honest with you, I haven't watched the WWE since it was the WWF. I remember when that was like a whole thing. I was so mad about it. I was like, World Wildlife Foundation. Who the do they think they are? Do they want to step in the ring with me? Get the fuck out of here, brother. Respect WWF. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so somebody else mentioned this. Like, I don't know if I don't trust the validity of this list. GameSpot. How is Power World had like 2 some odd million players on Steam? Black Myth Wukong sold like 10 million copies in a month. By the way, keep in mind. No agenda, by the way. No agenda, by the way. Even though it just so happens that both Black Myth Wukong and Power World were both being shit on by all of games media the second that they came out. Keep that in mind. Yeah, this is a fantasy list. Yeah, they're like fantasy drafting more than anything else. What's this one, Circana? I mean, maybe. But how is Black Myth Wukong not on here? This is this is July, that's why. Here's the thing though. I can still see the EA the like EA Sports college football. This was highly anticipated. People have been wanting a college football game for a long time. No Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade sold well, but it didn't sell that well. People are hungering for the NCAA. Oh yeah, they are. Oh yeah, they are. NA sports people love football. Dude, you're not I'm just telling you right now, like sports games fucking sell, dude. It's one of the reasons people don't even realize this. Somebody was like EA is going to fall next. Look at EA's stock. Electronic Arts is worth more than Activision Blizzard was when Activision Blizzard was going to get bought. Your face is in the way. I don't like the way that you said that. I don't like the way that you said that. You know, we need to please stop spreading the hate. We should be uplifting each other instead, rather than talking about where my head is. Okay. So, it's fucking stupid. $142.70. And you know what the funny thing is that like their stock price, it looks like it probably went up after the announcement that like Ubisoft is in talks to buy, or Tencent's in talks to buy Ubisoft, because it would take Ubisoft off the market if that was the case. If they straight up bought Ubisoft, it would take them off the market. And if that was the case, that makes it where all of a sudden those investors have one less company to invest in, which then funnels them towards the next place. Have you been watching any of the preseason hockey? Yeah, I've been watching a little bit. It's been fucking crazy. It's crazy how many like star players have been injured. It's like, and you have like dudes that have been like putting up ice time, like crazy ice time in preseason games, and it's like we're talking about people that like are going to get roster spots. Like, what's the point of this? Why do you have them? Why do you have them playing like this? Canadian confirmed? No. Chicagoan confirmed. But, you know, far north, you know what I mean? F Drew Doughty's ankle. Yeah, like Drew Doughty breaks his ankle. Who else got injured? Like, there's like a long list. I think there's like 10 stars. There's like 10 stars that got like seriously injured. Might be out the entire season. Do you know any Finnish players? I'm from Finland. Yeah, Celebrini, Line, Chirac. I'm just happy that none of the Blackhawks got hurt, but it doesn't really matter anyway. Did you guys see did anybody see the money puck on Reddit? It's so fucked. Hold on. I know this is totally off topic. I love talking about hockey. Money puck NHL 24. Where's the San Jose? They didn't even give San Jose a color. They just put 0.2%. It's fucking savage. It's so terrible. It didn't even get... You guys don't even get a fucking color. You're not even on the list. Chicago, 7.7%. So you're saying there's a chance. I didn't realize that Montreal was that bad off, though. Who's actually going to be the big money? Who's the big money on? Florida's so good, man. Florida's such a good team. I could see them going back to back. Dallas, they just don't have like the explosive talent that I think, like, they're such a well-rounded team, but they just don't have the explosive talent they need. New York, I could see the Rangers maybe going pretty far. Hurricanes? I don't see the Hurricanes winning a cup. They traded off too many people. It looks like they're on the decline. I don't know about that. I'm gonna say it's gonna be an upset year. I think the D is gonna go in. I think Detroit's gonna have a really good year. There's no fucking shot Toronto ever wins a cup. Parade's canceled. Rangers maybe, but I'm gonna say Oilers are gonna come back with a fucking revenge. Okay. McDavid was fucking pissed about last year. He's not happy. He's going in. They're gonna fucking push it to the limit. I think New Jersey is looking really hot, and I think that they're gonna be an upset. And I think that if you want to make some good money on a gamble, I think they're gonna make it into the playoffs. But never count out the Avalanche. Never count out the Avalanche. I put a 10-spot bet on Dallas. I mean, you can make some pretty good money. You can make some pretty good money. New Jersey's my team. Dude, I mean, like, you guys got some, like, fucking really good star players and stuff. I love it, man. I love it. I won't shut up about football. What about Utah? What about Utah? Look, you can take the team out of Arizona. You can't take the Arizona out of the team. Hockey is gay. You're an uncultured swine. You're an uncultured swine that has no idea what peak male physical performance looks like. Hockey players run circles around every other sport, every other professional sports star that's out there. Like, people have no idea. No clue. No clue. Not only do these cats go through, like, some of the most hellish training on earth, but they also not only have to be skilled at, like, hitting people, getting into fights. Oh, yeah, because, you know, I always see people that are like, oh, yo, football's real tough. And I'm like, yeah, football, they run into each other. You know what? How many sports do we have that are out there where they still allow guys to fight on the ice? Did you know that hockey still allows fighting because of the fact that psychiatrists from the league came in and had decided that if they removed fighting from the game entirely, then they would likely see worse injuries and worse dirty plays and stuff like that, because there's a flight or fight instinct that is kicked in. It's the most primal thing ever. This is so good. The reason why hockey players are so prone to fighting on the ice is because of the fact that there is a primal instinct that kicks in when they see somebody else charging them with a weapon in hand. Like, hockey has a consequence culture. Yes, it does. Yeah. Yeah, it's straight up orc behavior. It's so sick. Yeah, base psychiatrist. Yeah, well, I mean, because their thing is that they're like, if we tone down fighting, you're going to see more slew footing. You're going to see more people taking, like, dirty shots at people. You're going to see more serious injuries, and you'll likely even see deaths. Because the thing is that what a lot of people don't understand is that, like, if you hit somebody from behind while they're in the glass, or you slew foot somebody, like, depending on how they fall, it could kill them. They hit the boards the right way, you'll break their neck and they're done. Plus, let's keep in mind that these guys are skating around on fucking razor blades. It was just, what, 2 years ago that a guy got his throat slit on the ice with a skate because the other guy was pissed off and he skated over him and kicked him in the neck. Bro. In UK, yeah, he died. Yeah. Hey, chat, I'm gonna let you guys know. Your boy knows his hockey, okay? Your boy knows his I know my hockey just as much as I know my video games. There's 4 things that I like. One, I'm not gonna talk about because it's not safe for stream. The other is hockey, video games, and a damn good whiskey. Just say, do you like it? Oh, you guys are wild. You guys are wild. And metal, that's actually true too. And metal. Yeah. Tig-o bitties. Yeah. Do you smoke cigars? I've, like, with my dad every once in a while I have. I've never been too big on it. Some of those bars and stuff like that are really cool though. Those whiskey and cigar shops are pretty fucking sick. They're pretty cool. Let's see here. So yeah, I mean, like, they're doing, but here's the thing is that, like, Ubisoft wants to emulate what a lot of these other companies are doing, and they're trying to do it within franchises that they've already established, and it doesn't work. Like, what they've done to Ghost Recon over the years is just fucking sad. It's just sad, dude. It's just sad. Do you smoke? No. I used to back in the day, but not anymore. Not like that. Not like that. LeBron fans buy more Jordans? I don't know what that even means. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, are you trying to say that, like, wait, are you trying to bring up, like, the LeBron versus Jordan debate? Because it's not even a fucking debate. MJ's the fucking GOAT. Like, it's not even a fucking question. Dude, some of my favorite memories with my dad, and even thinking about it, like, gets me a little bit emotional, I'm not gonna lie. Some of my most favorite memories with my dad were on the weekends, going to the fucking Madhouse on Madison, hearing fucking Parsons Project kick in. And now, introducing your Chicago Bulls. Oh, dude, I can't, like, the fact that I got to see that shit, like, we're talking about, like, a level of sports that, like, nobody knows anymore. Not like that, dude. Not like that. I watched Jordan's documentary back to back. Tony Kukoc. Oh, dude. Scottie Pippen. Fucking Larry. What you got? Scottie Pippen, Larry Bird. Dude, that whole fucking team was just so good, dude. Save the Last Dance. Larry Bird 3-pointers talking shit, dude. Like, the rivalries in old NBA were just fucking top tier. Holy shit. There was nothing better to watch. Peak. Yes, dude. Like, it's like the best television. It's the best entertainment you could have watched. Best entertainment you could have watched. My childhood. Oh, dude, it was so good. It was so good. It's ballet ball now. Yeah, it's some pretty pussy behavior now, to be honest with you. I'm just not into it. Not into it. Nope. God, dude. That, like, how much of a fucking troll Dennis Rodman was. Hollywood motherfucker. So good. So good. I miss when sports felt larger than life during the 90s. Shit was going crazy, dude. It was going crazy. Like, as like a Chicago sports fan, I'm so happy that I got to like live through like that era, and then I also then like as an adult got to experience like the Blackhawks go on one of the like craziest rampages in NHL history. Dude, it was so good. It was so good. Especially that was the 52 game season where they won like 90% of their games or something. It was so crazy. Rodman in Vegas one night, taking names the next. That's right. That's right. Now they all look like they take steroids. I don't know. It's just there's something. There's just not. It's just something about it that I just don't like. I don't vibe with anymore. Like in a lot of professional sports outside of hockey. I think the reason why I like hockey and one of the reasons why I always try to get other people to watch it is because there's a certain like hockey still has class. And it's the way the kids are raised. Literally, that's what it is. It's the way the kids are raised. Well, like they'll have some of their drama, they'll have some issues, they'll have some controversies and stuff like that. It's never to the level and the bullshit and the weird shit that we see, and also like the weird just activism and shit that you'll see in like the NFL and NBA. And it's mostly just because like these kids were raised from a young age that they were waking up at like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning to go to school, to go to hockey practice before school starts, and then go after school to hockey practice before they come home. So like they're not getting into any trouble, they're not doing any bullshit, they're trying to stay in peak physical condition. That's how they're raised. And you know, by the time they become adults and hit the NHL, they act the same way. There's a certain level of respect. In football and in basketball, do they all still shake hands after every game? I haven't watched professional football or basketball in a long time. I think so. No. Yes. I don't think so. Yes. Football, yeah, they hug and shake hands. Okay, I just want to make sure because I know they still do it. I know they still do it in I know they still do it in the NHL. Bow and show respect with every fight. That's where it's at, man. That's where it's at. But man, the downfall of Ubisoft. Can't say we didn't see it coming. Can't say we didn't see it coming. It's just crazy that 2 weeks ago I made this video. I'm gonna tell you guys. You guys want to know why I made this video? Because I saw that like I hadn't made any videos at all. Not a single video that I made was talking about any of the stuff that was going on with Assassin's Creed Shadows. Nothing. I hadn't talked about it at all. The reason why was because like I saw people that were talking about a lot of the drama with it, and then I was sitting there and I was like, you know, I haven't played a Ubisoft game in years. I hadn't played anything since the Division 2, you know, after it released. I came back to play it after its like first expansion came out, but then after that I didn't touch it at all. I didn't touch anything else from Ubisoft. And before then, Shmeed, thank you for the Prime. And before then, the last game I played from Ubisoft was the Division 1. So like I just completely cut off most of their games outside of Division 1 and 2, and that was it. I didn't touch anything else from them. I used to play a ton of games from them. And I was sitting there and I'm like, what happened? And I'm like, they just kind of suck now. So then I started like looking at other games and I was like, I just saw a downward trend, and I'm like, you know, I'm not going to talk about the Assassin's Creed stuff. Instead, I'm just going to make a video just talking about how I think they fell off. And I mean, I saw their stock price, and I was like, oh, well, they definitely fell off. And then I started like, well, what if I made a video where I tracked it, and then that was all it was? It's crazy to make a video like that, and then 2 weeks later to see this happen. It's crazy to see that happen. I love the Division games. Dude, I do too. I love them. I would love to go play the Division 2 right now. I go play it right now. I have no problem playing that game. It's so good. Some people were like tripping over the fact that they made like the loot changes and stuff. I actually like the loot changes, especially now since they're not like adding any more content to it. It's so easy to like make the weapons that you want to make and make like the build you want to make and stuff. It's good. It's good. And it's crazy that like this company's been running around and trying to find so many other ways to be able to monetize their games. And like they didn't, like the fact that they put like crazy amounts of money Ubisoft spent an astonishing 650 to 850 million on Skull and Bones during its more than a decade of development. And you somehow don't realize that you had a looter shooter beloved by its fans. You already had a market cornered, and you didn't put that kind of funding and effort towards the Division Heartland instead? It has nothing to do with ideology. These folks just suck at doing their job. So when I see Crybaby over here saying we should be uplifting each other instead of bringing each other down, no, you need to be brought down because you didn't see a clear pattern, or your team didn't have a clear pattern or recognition that you would have had an instant hit if you would have put the best effort possible into the Division Heartland and made it a really good game that people couldn't help but want to play. And the crazy thing is that you're not even tracking the fact that Destiny 2's been on a decline over the last few years. And when you go and you look at Destiny 2, they've got less players than Warframe now. You didn't see a market opportunity here? This is the one thing that I'm going to say is that like one of the reasons why like I was okay with taking the gamble on YouTube was specifically because of the fact that like I knew that I could build myself a solid marketing resume and then I could go work in the video game industry after. So if anything ever goes south here, I'm gonna ruin your games. Kidding. Get out. I'm gonna over monetize the shit out of your games. I hope you guys know that. You have no idea. So it's within your best interest, by the way. It's within your best interest to keep me popular on YouTube. Otherwise, I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna try to work with somebody in the video game industry to make the most toxic, enjoyable experience that you've ever had in your entire life. I'm gonna make it. I'll push for them to make a game that is so fun, so addicting, so engaging, but also robs you. Literally, it downloads hidden software that fucking crypto mines your consoles and your PCs. The game's gonna be so popular that it's gonna have server queues, but server queues are gonna have a buy now button so that you can buy a spot in the server queue. Yes. Don't give them ideas. Legendary microtransactions, $60 a month. Even Satan's going, damn, dude. Where can I buy stocks in this company? Don't worry. We're going public. We're going public. Yeah, so it's like, how do you not even see these trends in the industry and say, oh, well, maybe we should probably push the Division and make sure it comes out, and because here's the funny thing is that even with all the negative sentiment, even with all the division, like negative sentiment around the Division, players were actually excited for this game. They were worried that it was going to be poorly monetized. They were afraid of like how predatory the monetization was going to be. But outside of that, people were still excited for this. People love the Division, and people like looter shooters. And here's the funny thing is, did anybody here ever play oh man, Ghost Recon Future? It's not Advanced Warfighter. It was the series that came after that. Was it Future Soldier? Dude, that game was fucking good. Like, that was probably still, from my perspective, the best third-person, like, arena shooter that I've ever played. It was so good. It was so good. Ghost Recon Future Soldier. PvP. Like, like it played like the Division. It was tactical. You had to work with other players. This is not a like 1v5 game. I mean, you could definitely pull off some shit, but like the shooting felt good. Like, honestly, bro, like, can we appreciate how much they cooked? Just for a second, can we appreciate how much they cooked here? Like, look how good this game looks. Am I the only one seeing this? Like, this shit looks pretty fucking clean for how old this game is. I wish the day before wasn't an absolute joke. I'd still be playing that. Yeah, well, I mean, the day before was just a flat out scam. It's so funny those guys have come back. The age is showing. I mean, the age is showing on like the map textures, but like the character textures. And also on top of that, bro, look at this UI. Look at how clean this UI is. Weapon, your fucking your ammo and grenades are like right in front of your character, like on your gun and stuff, so it's out of the way. It's real easy to see. The mini map's right down here. You have full view of the whole screen. Kills and stuff like that only pop up for a quick second right up here, and that's about it. And that's it, dude. That's it. You don't need anything else. It's sad to see how far they've fallen, man. It's sad to see how far they've fallen. What? UI doesn't have to track every single aspect? Yeah, I know. Yeah, well, you know, I'm gonna test chat right now. I'm gonna test you guys. What game has the best UI out of any game? Damn, you fucking good. Damn. Damn. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. You guys guessed it right off the bat. All right. Okay. 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 You guys have fucking taste. You guys have fucking taste. All right. I was wondering if people were gonna say Dead Space first. I was hoping you did. I was hoping you did. But yeah, no, Dead Space by like it's not even close. It's not even close. Like the fact that nobody else has been able to do this. The fact that nobody else even wants to try to do this. It's so sad. Best immersion UI? Well, yeah, because they wanted to make sure that you were in the game. They wanted to make sure that you were in the game. So fucking clean. So clean. Even the like tool icon to show that you can use your magnetic power, health bar on the spine of the suit, kinetic power. I forgot what it was called. It has a different word. Is this patented? No. Having colors and lights on the character represent things in the game? No, it's not patented. They can't patent that. Oh, it was a joke? Stasis, that's what it was. Stasis meter. Yeah, you're right. Are you sure they can't? I don't know. Nintendo will probably try to find out. Yeah, it's so good. And even still, like, you don't have to look at a map. You don't have to bring up directions. If you want to, you can tap the button and it'll drop a pin to tell you where you need to go next. But outside of that, free to roam, figure things out, find things on your own. Such a good game, dude. Such a Dead Space. Still to this day, I don't think there's ever been a game that has ever scared the shit out of me like Dead Space has. I remember being a teenager that may or may not have imbibed on a little bit of the devil's lettuce, sitting in their basement, barely can open my eyes. Lights are off. It's at night. Fucking lights are flashing. Walking down a hallway. Oh, God. And all of a sudden, a fucking tentacle comes down the hallway, grabs my legs, pulls me all the way across the... I screamed like a little girl. I don't think I've ever screamed that loud in my life or that high-pitched. We all got that little girl in us. Death scenes are brutal. Dude, death scenes were insane, dude. Death scenes in that game were so good. The fucking kill scenes were awesome. Yeah, so I mean, it's crazy that they would go and cancel this, and it shows. So like the thing is that, you know, some of the points that I was trying to show with Ubisoft is that like their biggest faults, their biggest failures, aren't even like the like virtue issues that people want to discuss. It's not even the social political issues that people want to constantly like bring into the discussion. Well, yeah, some of that stuff obviously has an effect on their games. It quite literally is just leadership that has no idea what they're doing. None of these guys are good at, they're not good at doing their job. You're not good at making market predictions. You're not good at pricing your games. You're not good at pricing your monetization or building solid monetization structures that keep players engaged. You're not good at making games anymore because the games that you come out with are things that just don't interest players anymore. It's a lack of talent. It's a lack of skill. And at the end of the day, regardless of what Homeboy wants to cry about, the people that are in charge deserve to get fired because you're not good at doing your job. That's it. That's the end of the story. You're not good at doing your job. Until that happens, nothing will change. Exactly. Until that happens, nothing will change. I think that's one of the reasons why I kind of got... That's one of the reasons why I got upset recently when, like, folks were, like, taking the, like, whole Ghost of Yote conversation too far. Is because it's like, you guys are getting way off track here. You're getting way off track here. You're convinced that the biggest issue facing games today is social politics. You're not even fucking close. That's a symptom. That's a symptom, not the sickness. The sickness is terrible people within management, terrible people within these companies that aren't talented, that got their positions by way of, I have no idea. They got their way probably because of nepotism, personal favors, relationships within the company. DEI? No. That's the crazy thing. That's the thing that I think people are missing the story on. DEI is a symptom. It's a symptom of a greater issue. The real problem is it's the talent in the companies. It's the developers. It's their directors. It's their producers. It's the executives. It's the people that are making bad games, bad products, poor leadership, no vision. And in a lot of cases, you got to think about it like this. If you look at some of the biggest companies that are out there today, right? Like, let's look at Blizzard. I'm just going to use Blizzard as an example, right? Blizzard. When was Blizzard Entertainment founded? Blizzard Entertainment was founded in 1991. But before this, they were called Silicon and Synapse. Okay, still 1991. Okay, yeah. Okay, I didn't read that part. So that was Alan Adam, Frank Pierce, and Mike Morhaime in 1991 founded Silicon and Synapse, which would later become Blizzard Entertainment. That's 25 years ago? Almost 26 years ago? That's some people's full career. That's somebody's full career, man. And by the way, when these guys started it, they didn't start it as teenagers. They started it as grown men. They're old men now. Oh, 91. Sorry. I thought 99 for some odd reason. So it's even longer than that. It's even longer than that. Yeah, 35. So... or 33. 33. Yeah. So that's somebody's full career, 33 years. That means that the vast majority of the talent that was there that started some of the most favorite and beloved franchises in the world is likely retired or don't even work for this company anymore. And that's the same to be said of the vast majority of franchises and companies that are out there. And the folks that came in to take over somebody else's work don't have the talent and class to be able to continue that work forward. They don't know how to lead teams the same way. They don't have that same spark of innovation. They gone senile? No, they just don't work there anymore. I mean, Mike Morhaime's gone. I don't think any of the guys that founded Blizzard are at Blizzard anymore, are they? I think they're all gone. I know Morheim's not there. Yeah, all the good people are gone. So, and that's the thing, is that, like, really what this comes down to is like the leadership and the new employees that are coming in from younger generations over the years that have taken over these companies have failed to be able to grab the wheel and continue to steer the company in the right direction. Morally bankrupt and creatively flawed. It's a combination of a lot of different things. But, you know, I also had this other really odd... okay, this one's kind of hard. So, most of the guys that were making games in the past, right? They were making games purely out of imagination. I mean, they were coming up with concepts out of thin air, right? Making things that never existed before. Making genres that never existed before. And I think that what ended up happening is that when the generations that came in to work in the video game industry were those that were inspired by the games that were made by those people that like the foundations of the video game industry, they lacked the creativity and the vision to create something that doesn't exist. Does that make sense? Because think about it, like the guys that started Blizzard in 1991, these guys were inspired by games that were on like the fucking, you know, Nintendo and on the Atari and like games that like would spark imagination, but like these guys made fucking World of Warcraft. They made Warcraft, Starcraft, games that were nothing like anything else that was on the market at the time, pulling concepts and ideas for video games out of thin air. Then the people that come to work there are those that were inspired by games that now already exist. They don't have original ideas because all of their inspirations are built off of the backs of the games that were created while they were kids. Diablo 1 and 2 are amazing. They're fucking insane. Are you kidding me? Diablo 2 is like still one of my... It's the best ARPG outside of Path of Exile. Adam and Pierce left Blizzard in 2019. Morheim left earlier this year. Yeah. You don't start a creative process from zero, man. I get your point. But not even Blizzard started from scratch. That's not the point that I'm making. I'm not saying like they had no inspiration whatsoever. Obviously, there were other games that they played that they were inspired by that helped come up with the ideas that they made for the games that they make. But it's just that, like, the truly insane and transformative experiences, I don't think we can necessarily have those in gaming as much as we used to, because all of these games are... they're like, the people that are making them were inspired by a lot of things that already exist today. And I think that's one of the reasons why we see a lot of games that come out looking relatively repetitive. And we see, and here's the thing, look no further than the indie part of the industry, right? How many roguelikes and farming simulators and cozy games do you guys see? You don't see the correlation there? See JJ Abrams trying to write Star Wars sequels. I never saw that. Then again, you're talking about like the latest Star Wars stuff. I haven't watched any of that stuff. I only watched like the original series of Star Wars movies from like way back in the day. I never watched any of the stuff that was like any of the updated stuff with like Rey or anything like that. I never watched any of those. I'm not really big on a lot of, like, for movies in Hollywood specifically, I'm not big on like remakes and rehashes and remasters and all that stuff. I like the original. I don't need to go back and watch it and see how somebody else thinks it should be. Andor, please watch Andor. Not being that guy, but did you see my suit? Oh, what did you have? Super chats that I missed? Oh, used to buy 2 to 3 games a month in the 360 PS3 era. I had an Xbox Series X for over a year, and I bought 5, and 2 of them came out in the previous generation. Only Space Marine 2, RoboCop, and Dead Space Remake. Great purchases, by the way. But yeah, I mean, best UI ever. Pong. Thank you for the dono. Bad news. Let's see if I missed any other ones. Doesn't look like that. Doesn't look that I did. Hopefully I didn't. Also, thank you for the 10, Zod. Appreciate that, man. You know, when it comes to, you know what the funny thing is that for console players, for Xbox players specifically, it's been tragic. Xbox Series X and the Xbox One, it's been tragic. It's been tragic. PlayStation's done okay. Nintendo's continued to do the same thing they've always done. PC's been eating good. Xbox is down bad. You guys like the you like the Ubisoft video, right? Did you think I was gonna stop there? Come on. Come on. We ain't done yet. We ain't done yet. PlayStation made some genius final decisions lately, though. Yeah, like they've done relatively well. I for the most part, the only thing is that if you're talking about like their live service games, yeah. But to be honest, like with Sony, I don't really have too much to talk about with some of their stuff. Like they've definitely have a history of like pushing out male protagonists. That's concerning. Their live service push has been pretty much a failure for the most part, outside of like Helldivers 2, but that was kind of a flash in the pan. So they still have a couple more live service games they plan on putting out, but we'll find out. Do you plan on a Bungie Downfall series similar to the Ubi one? Bungie. The thing is that like I haven't really kept up with them. I mean, I probably could look into it, but also at the same time, like there's so many people that are like dialed into like Destiny 2 and stuff like that I don't know if I don't know if I could I don't know if I could do it the service that I would want to. There's certain topics and certain things that I don't want to like dive into just because I don't have enough firsthand experience with them. I'll be real with you guys. Like, when it comes to making YouTube videos, I don't like being wrong. I don't like messing anything up. I don't like screwing up my information. And I also want to try to make sure that I have full, like, firsthand experience. Because the thing is that, you know, when it comes to some of these things, like, I want to deliver it in the most genuine way possible, right? I want to mean what I'm saying. And when it comes to Bungie, it's like, fuck, I love Halo. Right? I've loved Halo. I haven't played Halo since Halo Reach. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, ODST and Reach. I love those games. They're some of my favorite experiences of all time. I love Destiny 1. I just really didn't get too big. I didn't get big on Destiny 2. I quit Destiny 2 when they did the expansion where they took away our DLC. And I never went back. Well, okay, so I didn't play 4. 4 was after Reach. So it was 1, 2, 3, ODST, and Reach. That's what I played. I didn't play 4. So I mean, like, I guess I probably could do something, but at the same time, the thing is that it's like, is it weird that I have this, like, for some odd reason now, I don't look at Bungie as the guys that made Halo anymore, and I more attribute like Halo to Xbox for some reason. I don't know why I do that, but it's just like I would almost rather keep Halo in with the Xbox conversation rather than include it in the into the Bungie conversation. Because, like, Bungie to me only really represents Destiny nowadays. Bungie is the same guys that made Halo. Yeah, it's an abandoned ship. Well, I mean, a lot of the original, like, Halo creators are gone, right? Like, I'm sure there's probably, like, a few people that are still left, but I don't think so. I still don't get how there wasn't a lawsuit. You took an expansion away from us just so you could make money. I still don't understand that. It's one of those things where, like, that's a whole other separate issue that I don't even know how to even approach it. Because the thing is that, like, in a lot of cases when it comes to, like, video game monetization as well as like digital rights ownership, it's very much like the Wild West. It's very much like the Wild West. And for some odd reason, like, regulators never really get involved with it. And I think in a lot of cases, players are like, yeah, boo, I don't want the government involved. But, like, there's consumer protection rights that we're not getting in this industry that we normally would have in other industries that protect us. And they're not here right now. And they're not being applied. And it's not good. It really fucks us. They're just not being applied the same way. That's why EU be doing it right, though. EU be doing it right, though. I'll say that. EU hits. They know they've. There's been like a few European countries that banned loot boxes. There's been a few of them that wanted to get rid of like gacha practices and stuff like that. And the thing is that in a lot of cases, when it comes to this kind of stuff, the more countries that get behind these kind of things, the more likely this game studios are just not going to include it in their game at all, because it's too difficult to make multiple versions of monetization for their game, depending on what country they're going to put it in. So in a lot of cases, what they'll do is they will just straight up go out and just take all that stuff out and just go in a completely different direction. EU very based recently. Yeah, when it comes to game, well, because the thing is that I feel like they're I feel like the EU is a little bit more like technically progressive when it comes to, and I'm not like progressive like political party, but like technically progressive, like so far as like understanding like what the future of like technology is going to look like in the years to come. And there should be more eyes on the video game industry because it's one of the most profitable industries in the world. All they have to do is make them materials or products instead of currencies. Twitch bits. Yeah, I mean, there's some ways that they can try to weasel themselves out of it and try to make it where you're buying something else instead. But I made a video on this a long time ago that didn't do very well. I was a smaller channel at the time, so it kind of makes sense. But the weird thing is that in video games, there's an odd loophole that game companies are able to create, which is that I can spend money on your currency, but that money doesn't have any inherent value. The things that I unlock with that money has the value, right? So if like there's this thing that I want that's $4, I'm still spending $4 on it. But they're filtering that $4 through effectively money laundering, which then allows them to be able to keep money inside the account. And that's the problem. That's the one of the issues that a lot of these like there was a notice posted to the FTC, if I'm not mistaken, for the US. God, this is a few months ago, where basically there were concerns over in-game currencies practically being banks that you couldn't take your money out of. Because think about how much money is made off of in-game currency that's left on an account. Money never spent. From my perspective, it was money never spent. But from the studio's perspective, yeah, you bought the currency. When you say, "Oh, well, I bought this skin in Fortnite," they go, "No, you didn't. You bought V-Bucks." You get what I mean? You didn't buy a skin in Fortnite. You bought V-Bucks, which allowed you to unlock a skin in Fortnite. And that's a mental trick that they're trying to play on people. And it's resulting in making a lot of money. Gift card scams? Something kind of like that, yeah. Oh, you're talking about the gift cards where like you can't use it if it's under a certain amount or whatever? Yeah. Currency was to get out of surprise mechanics. Good God. Yeah, I remember. Of course I remember. It's just a way to separate you from your money. Yeah. It's super predatory. It's terrible. It's so that you disassociate your money with the in-game currency and how much you're spending and what you're spending it on. That's really what it's all about. That's why I like Warframe's Platinum. At least the leftovers can be traded with others. That's true. Yeah. And that's the thing. More games need to have things like that. More games need to have things like that. V-Bucks give me a sense of pride and accomplishment. I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. I'm gonna get some water. No, no, it's not liquor. I'd be all kinds of fucked up if it was liquor. You got your mind. I drink two 64-ounce things of water every day. Only 2? That's a lot of fucking water, man. That's a lot of water. What do you mean only 2? Hydro homies, that's right, baby. Make sure you guys are drinking your water. You don't understand how good the shit is for you. Staying hydrated goes a long way. Okay? Positive message of the day. Make sure to get a good walk in, stretch in the morning, and drink some water. Okay? I mean, you could get day drunk and play some guitar on stream. Shred, bow, 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 wow. Yeah, that sounds about right. Morbid Rainbow. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Yep, hydration and stretch check, chat. That's right. All right. So, mostly negative. How we took a peek at it yesterday. Let's see if it's gotten better. Shattered Starfield. Yeah. It's not good, man. I think what's crazy is that there's so many empty promises with things like this, especially because, you know, like Todd Howard, the dev team for Starfield all came out and were like, "Hey, you know, we hear you. We're going to do something to fix it. You know, the DLC is going to change everything. It's going to be huge. It's going to be like Far Harbor. It's going to have tough decisions and all this yada yada yada." And then they quite literally just use the I watched a few different reviews, and basically from what I gathered, it's literally just Event Horizon. It's literally just Event Horizon. Like, they just stole the story from Event Horizon, like the opening of the fucking DLC and everything like that. And that just makes so much sense. It just makes so much sense. The Expanse. It's a good movie to rip off, I suppose. Yeah, it is a good movie to rip off. Yeah, I loved Event Horizon. It's a fucked up movie. Really fucked up movie. But yeah. We'll let the modders fix it. The modders, this game sucks. Fuck it, we leave. Yeah. So, I mean, the thing is with Starfield, I think it's sad to see. Like, it sucks because there's such like fervent fans for Bethesda games, whether that's Fallout, whether that's Skyrim or the Elder Scrolls series. Like, people love Bethesda's games. They have probably one of the strongest, one of the most resilient fandoms in gaming. And it's sad to see, like, when they come out and try to like pump it up, get their hopes up and say, "Hey, you know, we're going to try to do better with this DLC. This DLC is going to deliver. It's going to have this, it's going to have that, it's going to have this, it's going to have that." And they try to push it, man. They try to make sure that, you know, they deliver. But the problem is that when you're just out of any creativity and you're out of anything interesting, this is the result. When I look at the, you know, what do they say? It was you know, it was a game 25 years in the making, something crazy like that. How many years that they ended up actually developing Starfield? How much money was invested into it? The storied history of the games that they'd made previously. When I see that, like, this is supposed to be, from their perspective, the distillment of everything that they've accomplished up until this point, it shows that there's just nothing left there. It shows that there's just nothing left. Because, like, they're trying to do something different. They're trying to do something new. But at the end of the day, like, what they end up doing is just basically making something that's just a worse version of the things that they've made in the past. And it was just so boring. It wasn't even, you know what the crazy thing is for Starfield? It's not even that it's just like a bad video game. Like, I think it played well. I think the combat and, like, the shooting and stuff felt pretty good. But outside of that, like, it was so boring. It was like the quests were terrible. The voice acting was god awful. The you know, the lighting issues obviously making everybody look like freaks just kind of added to the flavor of the game. Bugs, whatever. I'm not really, like, unless the game is, like, legit broken and you can't play it. Like, that's one thing. But, like, you're going to end up having some issues with some games, obviously. We already know that. Gamers are relatively resilient when it comes to things like bugs, crashes, disconnects, things like that. We'll complain about it, but the reason why we're complaining about it is because the game is good. The funny thing is that, like, people didn't really, like, get crazy with the bugs and stuff like that and talking about the bugs and issues in Starfield because nobody was really interested in the game. Where is the passion? Where is the direction? I love that. Yeah. Yeah. You're right on. You're right on the dot. There's no passion, no direction. It felt so lifeless. So lifeless. I mean, the opening sequence is, I'm a miner. I found a relic of some weird, like, crazy space timey-wimey stuff. It affected me somehow. And now you're a space adventurer. Here's my ship. And by the way, when I got my review copy and I played it, the first quest bugged 3 times. And I couldn't do anything. I couldn't play. The NPC that was escorting me just stopped moving. So I had to keep restarting the game until finally let me through. It was a sign. It was saying, you don't need to go any further than this. I still ended up putting, like, I think 30 or 40 hours into it or something like that, and then I quit. I was just like, I can't. I can't. Sometimes I want to go back and, like, subject myself to it. Just to remember what it feels like. But yeah. It just works. Yeah, I guess. Being bugged 3 times is a blessing. You should praise Todd. I know. I know. And the thing is that, like, so here's the thing. When I look at the leadership for Bethesda, keep in mind like, making games as garbage as Starfield is the result of the culture that studio has created with people that lack talent and people that lack clear vision. Again, same issues that we saw with Ubisoft. And the best way to point that out is Todd Howard interview with, come on, brain, come on, Jeff Keighley.
very big day, and one of the major reasons is because of Bethesda's press conference.
2018.
And we're going to start things off with a man who dropped the mic, picked it up, and dropped it a couple more times yesterday. Todd Howard from Bethesda Games.
This is 2018.
Great to see you again, Jeff.
It's great to see you, Todd. I got to say, we knew that you were probably going to be on stage yesterday talking Fallout 76, but you just kind of decided to up the ante with like a lot more one more things. Was that always the plan, to just kind of say like, here's everything we're doing?
I don't know that it was always the plan. We kind of got there. We're doing so many. Here's what we're doing because we're excited about it,
Yeah.
and we think all of our fans are as well. So it was.
Where is it at? Hold on, I'm trying to find it.
And let everybody know what we're doing.
Yeah, well, because I remember it was a couple years ago on this show where you sort of talked about your longer term philosophy for the studio, and that you were going to do the Elder Scrolls 6 after this other mystery game that was sort of in between. So I guess we now know what that mystery game is.
Yes, it's Starfield,
Okay.
Which is incredibly exciting for us. We've been working on it for a long time.
Why does he look like that?
Yeah.
And
Hold on.
for us, we've been working.
What?
Incredibly exciting for us. We've been working on it.
I know. I knew I've seen this face before. Hold on. I know I've seen this face before. I got it. Give me 1 second. Is that it? Why is it? Is the game gonna have bugs, Todd? Is the game gonna have bugs, Todd? But there won't be bugs, right? But there won't be bugs, right?
For a long time.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where
Say
even
it,
though
Todd.
we're announcing it, there'll be a time, obviously, where we really show it off and dig deep, and that'll be closer to its release.
Right, because that's the thing is you announced them, but he said it really was just a logo resolve, and there's not a lot. You said it was, I think it was a next-generation single-player experience is what you're saying about it, right?
Yes.
Does that mean
This is 2018. This is the next level single player experience. So, Todd, you're saying this is a next level generation experience, right, Todd?
it's single-player only, it won't have online, like you're focusing that on just a single-player experience?
Its focus is single player. Whether it has some social connection, I don't know. I don't want to guess right now.
Okay.
But that's our focus for that game.
It's not one of these share world games we'll get to follow, but it's very much like your next big epic single-player.
Exactly. Yes.
Sort of, you've got 3 studios now in BGS. I mean,
Average time is over a decade,
Yeah.
and they is dominating our. The mobile game Blades is also do work right now.
but is it 4 or 5 things that
I'm trying to find it.
Well, the other thing is, I think it's from the outside. It's viewed one way. We always overlapped.
Okay.
A Oblivion in larger scale of that, but it's that game. I would say Elder Scrolls 6 is in pre-production, and Starfield is in production. It's a game we've been making for a while.
Well, okay, so you're able to play Starfield now.
Oh, yes, absolutely. That's a good way to say it. Starfield is playable.
Yeah.
Elder Scrolls 6, not in that way yet.
Now, when you were on the show a couple years ago, Elder Scrolls 6, you said that, I think something along the lines, someone reminded me on Twitter last night that
I'm looking for. So he makes a comment about
Elder
bugs.
Scrolls 6.
Okay.
So putting that in perspective.
And I'm pretty sure.
I'm sure, the fact that you're doing this.
I don't think this is actually the interview.
To do.
I think this is it.
So let's talk Fallout. There's so many questions that I think everyone has coming out of
Fallout. There's so many questions.
Hold on.
They're actually real.
Yes, so let's talk.
It's the same fucking thing. It's the same face. It's the same face.
Talk Fallout. There's so many questions that I think everyone has coming out of yesterday's presentation. Obviously, the big news that it's coming out this year.
Yep.
Why did you guys decide November? If you can.
And like not have to
I'm gonna have
wait
to
a
find. It's
year
gonna
or
be hard to
something.
find. It's right here.
Characters are the same way. So you roll over them, the buttons come up. So you could look at, but eventually you will, and then you can just look away, and then start doing something, and the guy's waiting for an answer, and then you look back, and the prompts come up.
Okay.
So it's not.
So
like,
what I'm looking for is there's a discussion between him and Jeff Keighley, and he brings up something about bugs, and he says, well, you know, Bethesda bugs, and he's just like, well, we look at bugs as more or less like, you know, it's kind of the charm, right? We do dangerous and experimental things with our games. And, you know, sometimes when you do experimental things, you break some stuff. And, you know, it's just the product of, you know, being as daring as we are as a company. And I'm like sitting there and I'm like,
a mojo
there's
locked
no
into
way
it.
this dude just said
It's
that.
another way of activating something like you would your gun or the door, or you know, I look at you and I want to say this. It's rare. We don't want that to happen, but you could give this guy an answer, move away, and give the player.
You know, visually it obviously looks great, and we love what you're doing, sort of in terms of storytelling with it. I wanted to ask you about sort of, you know, the genre of. You know,
yeah, that's.
Xbox is amazing. I mean, you look at how you're gonna.
We'll figure that out.
Yeah.
Like they'll make the stuff that goes in the infrastructure box now, and then.
I don't know. That's you have to upgrade your PC one. I could have swore it was I know it's an interview with Jeff Keighley, but it would be kind of hard for me to be able to find it wherever it is. I'd have to look into it. But yeah, it's one of these two interviews. I'm not going to watch both 14-minute and 7-minute interviews all the way through. But there's there's a line that he uses in one of these interviews where he asks him about, you know, Bethesda bugs and issues that their games have and things like that. And he talks about it as it's a part of the charm of their games because it is the product of, you know, their hard work and the risks that they take with the games that they make. And, you know, and he's like, you know, it's kind of become like a joke within the community and yada, yada, yada. And it's just like, and it was just the most like hand wavy way to say something when you're talking about the quality of your product that you are delivering to the players. And that's how you view the quality of your product. What do you think the impact of that kind of view on the end result, what you're delivering to the market? What do you think the impact is as a leader on how your employees view their work when it comes to making their game? Do you think they think to themselves, I need to work hard to make sure that this is the most premium version of whatever I need to be working on? Or do they think, well, we're risk-taking, so sometimes things just don't work. And it's okay that I'm delivering things that don't work. It's okay that I'm only doing half of my job. It's okay that I'm not spending money on QA properly to make sure that my game doesn't have issues when it launches. And then that same type of mentality then spreads to the people that are writing scripts. Well, it's not a big deal that I don't need to make every single conversation interesting. I don't need to make every single conversation make sense. I don't need to make every single storyline work the right way. You end up making a game and you end up making a work culture and a studio that doesn't view like they need to work their absolute hardest to make sure that they're delivering the highest quality they can. because you don't view quality as an issue. You view it as something for the modders and the community to either put up with or fix themselves. A tolerance for failure. Yes. Yes, Jeremiah. Perfect. Perfect way of saying it. You create a workplace that has a tolerance for failure. You create the exact place that this guy right here wants to go work at. Well, he already works at to begin with. That's what ends up happening. And that's the reason why Starfield isn't as good as it should be. Even though, like, before, like, one of the, like, I didn't really make a whole lot of videos talking about Starfield, but I wonder if I brought it up in a video of mine. I just finished. Oh my god. I never not have facial hair again. Fuck. That's what I was working in construction, baby. You have to you got to make sure that you I had to be clean shaven. Baby face, that's right. Dang. It's kind of, honestly, that lighting's kind of romantic though, ain't it? That lighting's kind of romantic though, right? Shroud? Shut up. Yeah, I guess I didn't cover it. That sucks. But yeah, anyway, so there's it's in one of those interviews. I'm not too sure exactly where it's at, but I mean, that's the result. That's what ends up happening, is that you end up making it where you're just okay with the games, how you're delivering them, and all of these things add up into the final project and into the final product that's delivered to the players. Your hands are rough as sandpaper. You've paid your dues, cook. Hey, man. Construction, clean shaven. What? I worked in oil refineries. Oil refineries, chemical plants, power plants. Most places when you work in facilities like that, they require you to be clean shaven because you have to be able to put on an SCBA, like a air pack and stuff like that, in case you need to evacuate. Yep, exactly. Need to be clean shaven so you can fit on the mask. Has to be an airtight seal. Last thing you want is like, steel mills have you'll run into like hydrogen cyanide. Sounds just as bad as it is. Oil refineries, they have all kinds of shit. Oil refineries have all kinds of stuff. H2S is usually the most popular one because they use sulfur catalyst to be able to refine the oil. That's how you get your high grade. Zach Longmore, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, brother. Thank you so much, man. Little cyanide never hurt anybody. Yeah. What else is in oil refineries? There's just a bunch of different shit that can come out. I think probably the most like I mean, especially if you're looking at like when you get into like, because you have to go inside the machines to work on them and stuff like that. So for the guys that go into the machines and whatnot, they got to worry about like nitrogen, airless environments. Sometimes you'll have like oxygen-rich environments, sulfur gas. Yeah, you have sulfur lines and things like that. But again, you're going to get H2S out of that because usually there's going to be some hydrogen that's in there. It's part of the whole thing. There's also one of the ones that people overlook the most is benzene. Because benzene's very toxic and cancer causing. It's also naturally occurring in most places. But yeah. Pretty strong stuff. Ammonia as well. Yep. Plenty of ammonia in a refinery too. All kinds of shit. All kinds of shit. So I mean, like, this isn't really surprising just because of the way that their games have gone over the last few years. And I think like this is, in a lot of cases, I think what a lot of people don't realize is that they're not adding up the fact that look at their direction after Oblivion. Okay? So Skyrim, while a lot of people really like Skyrim was a game that was made for broader audiences. They watered down the Elder Scrolls formula to try to make sure that it could be more palatable for a wider audience. It hit the market and it sold like gangbusters. It was everywhere, dude. Skyrim was insane. But from my perspective, it wasn't as good as previous Elder Scrolls games. I enjoyed it. It was fun, but it wasn't nearly as cool or as in-depth either narratively or build-wise or gameplay-wise as the previous games were. And then what came after that? After Skyrim, then it was Fallout 76, Fallout 4. Fallout 4 did the exact same thing, right? They watered down Fallout to try to do the exact same thing. Guess what? It worked. Then they wanted to make a live service in Fallout 76. That was a whole other thing. But you already saw where their path was going, and their path was basically to suck out any personality or anything interesting out of their games to try to make sure that it could appeal to a broader audience. Bam. So Starfield is just the ultimate conclusion of what they were trying to go for when they made Starfield or when they made Skyrim and when they made Fallout 4. My pleasure, LD. Amazing content creator. I'm happy to help support. Happy to help you support. Thanks, man. I personally enjoy Fallout 76 more than Starfield. I don't know, and I'm a huge space nerd. Yeah, I've heard that from a few people. I've heard that Fallout 76 has gotten better over the years, but still. Oh, so it was Oblivion into Fallout 3, into Skyrim, into Fallout 4, into Fallout 76, into Starfield. So, like, and you immediately see a change in tone and direction from the company right after Fallout 3. Because Fallout 3 was good, man. Fallout 3 was good. Oblivion was good. Fallout 4 was when the cracks were showing. I think the cracks were showing in Skyrim, to be honest. I think Skyrim was still a solid game. It just wasn't as good as Oblivion for me. And I could see where they were like trying to make it more mainstream. Gray Fox mask was busted. I don't know what you're talking about. Oblivion led to New Vegas? No, well, New Vegas was developed by a different studio. Remember that. That was Obsidian. I couldn't get into Skyrim despite liking Oblivion. I mean, I put a lot of hours into Skyrim, but that's just because I enjoy those kind of open world games in general. And in a lot of cases, I'm fine with sucking up slop when it comes to games like that, just because I enjoy the experience of playing a game like that. But Starfield just didn't do it for me, man. And I don't think I finished Fallout 4. I played a lot of Fallout 4, but I don't think I finished Fallout 4. But yeah. I mean, like, this isn't surprising. I knew that the expansion was going to be garbage. The initial game was garbage. What do you think they're gonna do? They're gonna take like what, 6 months or a year, and they're gonna somehow come out with a DLC that's just so next level that it somehow turns Starfield into a good game? Did people think that Starfield was gonna get a Cyberpunk 2077 makeover? Come on, man. Cyberpunk 2077, when it released, was buggy and it had issues and it had performance issues and a ton of other shit. But Cyberpunk 2077 at its core was a fantastic game still. The narratives were all there. They didn't change the story or anything like that was in the game. They changed how balancing worked and how class systems worked. But outside of that, they really didn't change all that much. All they did was just fix issues that the game already had. Starfield at its core is just not a very good game. And an expansion's not going to fix that. That's a core issue to the studio. Worse off, what makes this situation even worse is this. Okay, so this is a recent interview. Bethesda says it took cues from the best game in its history for Shattered Space, but it's not winning fans over in an already catatonic market. The thing for me and my colleagues here at PC Gamer, no, that's not the one that I'm looking for. It might not be for everyone's cup of tea, but what is? As Starfield Shattered Space launches, Bethesda reflects on the importance of keeping of players speaking their mind. Design director Emil Pagliarulo on how Bethesda went from selling horse armor to visiting distant planets. The recent release of Starfield is a milestone for Bethesda Studios. The recent release of Starfield Shattered Space is that's some really these fucking games journalists. This is a milestone, all right. Yeah, it sure is. The culmination of a year-long effort to write the next chapter of its science fiction epic, where the animal Starfield will continue to evolve, and that's okay, whatever. I'm looking for the quotes. I was keen to better understand the impact of the experience he has on the studio. Speaking to the design director, Emil, I asked what the development for Starfield has taught Bethesda that he thinks that they can take into future projects. His response, fans really, really, really want Elder Scrolls 6. It's funny, they're like, you asked them, like, so what have you learned from the development of Starfield that you think you could take into the next game? And he's like, they really want Elder Scrolls 6. There was a line that I'm looking for in here. There was a line that I was looking for in here, but I can't. I don't know what it is. Basically, the thing is that he feels like, maybe it was on Twitter. I think it was. where they were talking about how he believes that that like Starfield is a step in the right direction, and it's the like where, you know, where they need to go with their future games. And what does it tell you when the design director? What does it tell you when the design director loves Star Wars Outlaws? Retweeting and sharing tweets for how much he loves Outlaws. Him and this guy right here, they'd be really good buddies, by the way. Be really good buddies, by the way. Yeah, I think he took it down. There was one, it might have got too toxic or something like that. It was right after this tweet here, before this one right here. And it was him talking about like how hard they worked on it and how they think it's a step in the right direction, and you know, they think it's gonna, you know, partially like represent, you know, the future for Bethesda games, and how excited they are to work on, you know, Elder Scrolls 6 and stuff like that. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Right here. He jokes, but I think his answers speak to the specter of anticipation that is constantly hovering over Bethesda. The development of a new IP is always ongoing, is always going to be an ambitious, disruptive undertaking, particularly when it comes to the perceived cost of a new Elder Scrolls or Fallout. But Pagliarulo is confident that Starfield is following the right trajectory. I think in a lot of ways, Starfield is the hardest thing Bethesda has ever done. We pushed ourselves to make something totally different, to just jam into the Xbox the biggest, richest space simulator anyone could imagine. That we pulled it off makes Starfield something of a technical marvel. It's also, in a lot of ways, the best game we've ever made. Holy shit. Damn, you couldn't make up a quote better than that. You couldn't make up a quote better than that, man. That shit's crazy. Like, one, just the, like, self-aggrandizement of talking about how it's a technical marvel because it's the biggest space simulator that anybody's ever made. I'm sure there's a couple other space simulators that are out there that would probably like to tap. Hold on a fucking minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We just jammed into the Xbox. Richest space simulator anyone could imagine. The biggest, richest space simulator anyone could imagine. Yeah, does No Man's Sky just not exist to it? Does No Man... That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Oh, biggest, richest space simulation RPG. Okay, okay, I see. I see. Somebody pointed it out there. RPG, though. Yeah. I missed the RPG part. I saw Space Simulation RPG. Well, it's like, oh, okay. He's like, yeah. See, as long as we just make sure we put that modifier in there, then I'm not lying. That's just crazy, though. Like, for them to think it's the right trajectory, it's the best game they've ever made, it's the biggest game we've ever made, it's a technical marvel, like the amount of, like, the amount of coping that's going on at Bethesda is just, oh, man. That's something, guys. That's something. It's an insult to their older games. It is an insult to their older games. That's crazy. I didn't expect them to take it that far. No Man's Sky is an RPG? Is it? I've never played. Hambura version goes so hard. RPG is a very broad genre. It's getting more broad by the day. When's Tsushima? Just a little bit here. We're gonna switch over in a second. What else? There's something else I wanted to look at before we started. Because we talked for a long time yesterday. Oh. From Software tweets out saying, a part of our efforts to create a rewarding working environment, From Software will be raising base salaries and starting salaries for new graduates. We will continue to work on game development to provide our users with even more excitement and valuable games. Notice that they put valuable games in quotations. Because they understand. They know what matters to the players. They know what matters to the players. It's about making sure that they're delivering a valuable experience. Something that's worth their money. Nothing else. It's not about how much they can monetize it. It's all, can we make exciting and valuable experiences? If you don't lose sight of this, and you stay on track with that, you're going to be a successful company. And isn't it crazy? Isn't it just crazy how that seems to work out? Isn't that wild why From Software hasn't had to lay anybody off? They're giving their employees raises. They make record profits. They increase their salaries. So you hold on to the talent that made the games that make your company so special. And then when you hold on to that talent gets better with time. And then you have that talent lead the next generation of developers and producers and directors. And they take on their own projects and they create new IPs that people love and then want to continue to play. And you just keep farming. You just keep farming. That's how doing your job works? Yes, it's exactly what it is. It's how doing your job works. Sensible long-term business practices? The horror. I know, right? God, could you imagine doing that? No. Instead, we need to try to do what everybody else is doing. I think that's one of the most frustrating things when I look at a lot of the other companies in the industry, is that they're all like copying each other. They're all copying each other. Record profit, time to axe our staff in half and get that sweet bonus. See, and that's the other thing too. In a lot of cases, they're really just trying to provide more value to their, you know, to their shareholders than they are trying to do anything else. Makes you wonder why devs from Ubisoft, Bethesda, etc. try to criticize FromSoft for their UI and UX. Yeah, isn't it crazy that a lot of those studios want to come out and try to criticize FromSoft games and don't understand why players enjoy them or why players buy them? Judson with the $4.99 says, if Bethesda keep doing this and release Elder Scrolls 6 with bad storytelling and using an ancient engine, Xbox might force them to use a new engine and lay off. I don't think that'll happen. I don't think it'll happen. I think that in a lot of cases, when I look at Xbox and I look at any of the studios that they have this weird hands-off approach that they just don't want to approach anymore. Like, because they don't, I think they just don't know how to manage studios. They're hoping that if they're buying a company, that company is going to be self-managed and they don't have to worry about doing anything with it. And they also don't know how to step in and stop something from being bad before it comes out. You know, a lot of people wanted to place the blame on Redfall, on Arcane, and I was one of the very few people that was like, that's Xbox's fault. They saw that game before it was released. They played that game before it was released. They hyped it up and they released it. Xbox was also the folks that came to them and said, you need to make a live service game. We need live service games. Yeah, they greenlit it. Management oversights cost money and take effort. Yeah. So it's just crazy how different the culture is, and it's crazy how much like Eastern developers have just been winning. It's wild how much like their games have just done so well. And it's actually not even, it's just like, I mean, anything out of like nothing out of the US. Nothing out of the US has been like praised by the players this year, right? Space Marine 2 was made in no, Space Marine 2 was not made in the US. Space Marine 2 is made by a studio that's in man. Where's Saber Interactive? It's based in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, but I don't think that's where their other. I don't think that's where the studio. I don't think that's where they're at. Russian. This is probably their headquarters. But this isn't where it was made. They're Russian? Yeah, it's a Slav country. Arrowhead was in Sweden. Yep. Yeah, Dmitry Grigorenko, Alexei, yeah, Alexei Tchev. Yeah, they were Russian. Yeah, it's a Russian game made by Saber Interactive. Yeah. Multi-studio because they're also making KOTOR? Yeah, that's true. Founded in St. Petersburg in 2001. Oh, okay. In some cases, they usually, like, some of these companies will end up spreading their wings and flying to other places just because it's easier for them to be able to find, have a little bit more freedom with the games that they're making and whatnot. Obviously, you can run into a lot of, like, work restrictions and things like that depending on the countries that you're in. I mean, look at all the problems that, Stalker 2's run into, right? I think Wukong shows that far too much can be read into where a developer is based. Good devs are good devs. The guy who keeps updating Deathly Stillness on Steam is a great example too. Yeah, I mean, it just, for some odd reason, like American games in general, like games that are made in the US, just have not been performing very well. And the ones that have been performing well are the ones that none of us would look at and be like, oh, that's a good video game. And when I say that, I'm saying it's mostly like the sports games and Call of Duty and stuff like that that are performing well financially. Animal Well was made from a guy in Chicago. Oh, okay, that's good. I'm not talking about indie, if that makes any sense. I'm talking about more like AAA. The upper end of the industry more than anything else. But this is something you love to see. This is how you keep your talent. This is how you continue to make better games. Pay your people more money, make sure you're keeping the right talent, and keep moving forward. That's all you can do. I think we've talked about everything else. Everything else I already looked at here too. Bring this up. Metalogic, thank you for the Prime. What was I looking for? Ghost. I didn't know you streamed on Twitch as well. Yeah, I stream on both. Personally, I like streaming on Twitch more for a lot of reasons. It's just easier, and I don't have to run into like weird YouTube stuff. And also it's better for the viewers because you guys can actually like, it's more like real time. Where like YouTube's on like a 15-second or 20-second delay or something like that. I forgot. It's pretty crazy. Pretty high delay between the two platforms. Definitely more than I would think that there would be. Bitholio, thank you for the sub, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for continuing your gifted sub. All right, guys, we're gaming. We're gaming. Have you played Death Stranding? I've never played Death Stranding. It's actually really funny. I don't know a whole lot about Death Stranding because I always thought it was, I didn't think that it was actually a good game because the only thing I ever saw were people memeing about how it was just a walking simulator. So I never played it. I never gave it a shot. What an intro screen. Oh, it's so good, dude. It's so good. Uh-oh. Crashed on me. I see you guys hid that guy's comment and he spammed it 3 times. Yeah, like one, don't be spamming messages, and 2, on top of that, 3.5 hours in and just sitting here and reacting to news. Are you trying to be Asmon 2.0? I've been doing this on my stream ever since I started streaming. If you have a problem with that, go eat a dick and go watch somebody else. I don't really give a shit. What do you want? Like, there you go. There's your answer, dog. Like, oh my god, the guy that runs a gaming news channel talks about news in his live streams. Fuck. Stupid ass. Dumbass shit to say. Thank you for the 5 gifted, man. I appreciate that. Holio, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1s, brother. Appreciate that. It's just an Asmon simp. Ignore him. The funny thing is, the vast majority of people that watch Asmon Gold like me. Curly Fro, thank you for the sub, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Easy to ignore if they're banned. Yeah, I don't ban. There's for people talking shit like that. I mean, I have no problem just fucking. I have no problem just talking shit. But here's the thing. If you come in here and you spam, yeah, you get banned. So the mods were actually smart to ban. I mean, you could try to appeal that ban one day, but yeah. In cases like that, if somebody's like spamming in chat and they're being an idiot, yeah, fucking get them out of here. I don't want them here. Don't need them. Never banned. Timeout for 84 years. That's a very oddly specific time. Let me know how the sound is. I played a little bit off stream. I just did like 1 mission. That's all it was. I just needed background footage for a video. God damn, this game is so fucking pretty. I also messed up with the background footage because I played the game. It was like nighttime or like it was dawn. So it wasn't like the best lighting in the video either. I felt kind of bad about that. Hindsight 50-50, but you know. Let's see here. We need to go and look for some. We need to go do some shit here. I can get some upgrades, but I just don't have a lot of materials or anything like that. Let's go to. Let's go to this quest here, I guess. Track location. Try to do side quests, but got surprised how embedded into the main quest they are. I noticed that. Yeah, I did a side quest and was like, oh fuck, this is not what I think it's supposed to be. Why did I jump on him like that? That was so stupid.
What's he waiting for?
God, it's so crunchy. Ow. Oh shit. Wait, so are these like traitors that are fighting Mongolians? I didn't even notice that. I gotta remember my controls. Oh shit. Okay, I'm good. What's up, man? What's up, man? What's up, dog? You guys got any loot around here? Maybe the real ghosts were the friends we made along the way. You're fucking dumb. You're dumb. I think they're just bandits. Oh, so it's bandits fighting Mongols. Oh, okay, that makes sense then. Between AC Shadows and Starfield, which one do you think will be worse? Is it weird that I actually think it's gonna be... I think it's actually Starfield? And I don't know what I'm basing that off of, other than instinct. Likely they'll probably just match each other in shitness. I don't know. Ooh. Okay, oh boy. Oh, close. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm an Asmon Andy, and like others too, he's good, but why should it hinder to like other streamers? I also watch others regularly. Totally different people. Bellular, Zaryu, Paul J, Watson, and more. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I think that in a lot of... I think that in a lot of cases, like, people get kind of, like, parasocial with their favorite streamer. And... they, like, see somebody that... Like, here's the fucking thing. Hold on. Like, of course I do shit that Asmongold does. He's one of the biggest streamers on all platforms and has one of the biggest YouTube channels that gets the most traffic. Why wouldn't you do things that they do? Especially if those are things that interest you and things that you enjoy doing. You'd be stupid not to. Yes. It's like every single person that turns on a camera is supposed to... Why am I crawling under you? What the fuck? I'm trapped. Everybody else supposed to invent the game? Do what works? I'll tell you guys a little story. Don't tell Asmon this, okay? I'll tell you guys something. You want to know why I started a YouTube channel? I started a YouTube channel because I was a YouTube viewer and a live stream viewer for Asmongold. I watched him all the time. And one of the things that irritated the shit out of me is that oftentimes he would react and watch content, and the content creators, from my perspective, sucked. They did a really shit job of bringing up nuance, and a lot of times Asmongold would be on the precipice of a solid, really interesting conversation, a good, nuanced conversation about something, and every single time it was like edging. I was like, oh, I'm like, dude, but talk about this, and I'm a chatter, so I'm like, Asmon, but what about this? And he wouldn't see what I would say because I'm lost in a sea of 40,000 fucking people, and it would have been a really cool and interesting conversation, and the motherfucker would never talk about it. So finally, one day, I was like, you know what? Fuck this bullshit. I'm gonna make YouTube videos. And then he's gonna see it one day. And then finally, I'll get him to fucking talk about the shit that makes sense. Because all these other people want to talk about shit from a one-sided perspective. Nobody wants to talk about the middle ground, or maybe something else that has something, you know, something else to do with it. It was always on the edge of a really cool conversation surrounding video games. And there was just a little bit extra that just wasn't being talked about. And then I finally was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna make the content. There you go. That's where that's why I started a YouTube channel.
My lord, Have you come to help the Azamo League too?
Are you telling me nobody fucking figured out why I have pauses in my videos and when I talk? One, it's because using ums and ahs in a video is stupid. Don't do that. Like, I try to do it. I try not to do it on stream. It's hard when you're in natural conversation. Sorry, hold on. It's hard when you're in natural conversation. I do it on purpose in a video because I know he's going to react to it. And then I realized later that the pauses that I originally had planned, the pauses that I put in there to make it feel like a natural conversation, don't just work on somebody actually reacting to the video on a live stream. The pauses work for the people watching the video, where it gives them a chance to be able to go, huh. And then their brain actively participates in the conversation that I'm having in that video. And it makes it more engaging content. The Obama method? I don't know. Did he actually use that in his speeches? He was a really good public speaker. Jordan, please stop spamming. They unbanned you. Don't be an idiot. Thank you. You see, he said he was sorry and then he got banned. 5-minute timeout. 5-minute timeout, Jordan. 5-minute timeout. That was so funny. I literally saw his like sorry pop up and it was like banned. Holy shit, that was funny. Fucking no mercy. It's like I surrender and they're like damn it, Jordan.
I'll ride with you.
You'll be a mod soon. VIP him. Mod him, VIP him, ban him.
Their leaders stay at a farmhouse nearby. They'll know where the main force is camped. As a child,
it's actually really funny. I actually do like in an unironically I do have to actually kind of thank Asmongold for like for getting me into making content, because the thing is that like I remember seeing him on a stream a long time ago and he was talking about like content creators and he's like, you want to know how to make a YouTube channel or how to like get into it and all that kind of shit, like how to, you know, make you stream or whatever. Find somebody that you think you can do a better job than and do a better job of it. The reason why Asmongold got started on YouTube is because he thought that everybody was making shit World of Warcraft guides and he thought he could do a better job of it. So he did. That's how he got started. And when he said that, then that just compiled me with my frustrations of seeing some of the videos that he would react to. And then I was like, well, fuck. Well, I'm going to do that then. I can do a better job than the rest of these guys. I can do a better job than the rest of these guys. Sure. No problem. No problem. And you know what's actually crazy is if you go to look, and I mean, this is like kind of like, it's actually a really cool dynamic, is that because of the choices that I made with my content and the kind of things that I talk about, it ends up working as like a crazy loudspeaker with his content, because it's my videos are like, his reacts to my videos are some of the highest performing videos on his channel. I prefer your content over Asmongold's, and that's the aim, by the way. It's not to steal his audience, it's to steal the people that don't want to watch him and actually want to watch the creator. And obviously you're going to get some of that other, you're going to get some of their audience as well, just by proxy. But the idea is that it's going to reach the audience that actually, Asmongold talks about a lot of really interesting. He has some really good points. There's some really like good topics that he brings up that should be discussed. But a lot of times people don't like Asmongold, so they don't engage in those discussions. And sometimes Asmund can go like he can fucking get lost in the woods. Mostly it's I don't know if it's his chat kind of like getting him riled up on some stuff sometimes, because he'll dial back later on, but like sometimes she'll just take it. He'll go a couple steps further than I would, and it works for him. But in a lot of cases, it also pushes a lot of people outside of pushes people away from a conversation that they otherwise would have had. And that's like why I make my kind of content. It's for those people that I think that are like, you know, looking for those kind of discussions, if that makes any sense.
My village was constantly raided by pirates on the coast. They killed my parents when I was young. I learned to defend myself. I hope the skills I gained through hardship can be of use to the people here.
You're not so different from a samurai.
My lord, you flatter me.
I love the rain in this game. I don't know, like, I just love rain in general. It doesn't storm at all where I am, and I miss it. Like, for anybody here that's like lived in the Midwest for a long time, or for their life, you know how like a spring or summer rain like smells like right after it's done. Oh man. Oh man. Move to Louisiana? I'm fucking good on that, dog. I don't want to be anywhere, like, I don't want that kind of rain.
There's a fire up ahead.
The farmhouse.
I'm in Scotland, pretty much Midwest USA. That makes a lot of sense because a lot of Scots moved to the Midwest in the US. Like where I'm from originally, it's mostly like Scots, Poles. What else? We're colonizers. Ow, I didn't see it. Ah, I waited too long. You still fighting this guy? Oh!
These are the men I was supposed to meet.
I still want to do like this. I know it's like fantasy samurai, but I still want to do like the fantasy samurai, like fucking cut.
I should have come sooner.
And then you like look back.
We can still warn the others.
And then you look away, and they just like cut in half when you look away.
Yeah, that's
perfect.
They might have found the main force.
LD, can Jordan be your mascot?
Hurry, my lord.
Oh my god. She was fucking spurging out, man. I'm just a random legendary drops fan. Bro! I looked away for 2 seconds. I hate escort missions.
Hurry, my lord.
Wait.
Wait. My horse is over here. Hold on. What am I missing? Use your whistle? It's not gonna help. There's not enough time.
Hurry, my lord.
Wait.
I don't understand how they're like, don't lose the girl. I was like right behind her. That's kind of weird that like I was like that close and it was like, nah, that's too far. You lost her. You can't see her anymore. I'm sorry. It's too late. I'm gone. This is where it stopped. This is where it stopped.
We're too late.
Shut the fuck up. Rendon, thank you for the tier 1, man.
We can't save everyone.
Then I will avenge the dead.
Samurai remains calm before a fight. Wait.
Now she's running in there. I'm gonna get these motherfuckers. We'll see how she does on her own. No, 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 no. Don't shoot arrows at me. I want to see how she's gonna do on her own. Ghost of Yote, man. Maybe that's her. Come on. Let's see what you got, big dog. Oh, wait. Wait. Ooh, okay. You're a little fast there, homie. Oh, shit. Oh, you got health. All right. Oh, fuck. I couldn't see it. What you got? What you got? What you got? What is it? This? There we go. Oh, that didn't look like it felt good. I'm sorry about that, man. Shit. Shit. Okay. I should not have let her try to on her own. It was a bad idea. It looked like she wanted a solo. I'm just saying. Okay. Okay. I might not have enough time. Why are you on fire? Because you stepped into the fire. This is your fault, not mine. Like she's some stunt double? I don't know. We did it. Why did you crawl into the fire? Why were you standing in the fire? What was the purpose of that? Was that a tactical move? I mean, it made them walk away from you, that's for sure. It's like, oh man, how am I gonna get myself out of this sticky situation? I know, I'll light myself on fire. Surely. This is the most five-headed defensive maneuver you've ever seen.
We did it.
Born again like the ashes of the phoenix.
You have skill, but you nearly died rushing into battle.
It was the heat of the moment, really? Shut
most
up.
important weapon is himself. Lose control, and you risk defeat.
I see. I should return home. Learn to master my emotions.
Dude, I think that's...
We need
hold on.
people like you. Remember the lesson.
I will, my lord.
I think that it's fucking crazy that I went back to look at those articles because I was looking for information for that video on Ghost of Yote that I was making, and come to find out that the same person that was the Sweet Baby Inc. employee that worked with Ubisoft, that then left Sweet Baby and then instead now is like a writer, I guess, or like a cultural analyst or whatever they are. They're a like Japanese translator and cultural analyst and like resource. Then goes to New York Times, does the article with New York Times about how all of the backlash over Assassin's Creed Shadows. Kazuma Hashimoto is their name. They go to Washington Post or New York Times and say that, oh, the backlash is all Western gamers, Gamergate 2, racism, blah 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 blah, whatever. Like, say all that shit, right? Come to find out, and they say like there's no culture, and they're basically saying there's no cultural issues at all with Assassin's Creed Shadows. But then on the other hand, it's the same writer 4 or 5 years ago that they were actually a writer for Polygon. So this person worked for Sweet Baby, Polygon, like, and they were and the article that they wrote for Polygon was an article about how Ghost of Tsushima, like the Warriors code, the Bushido code, and all that stuff is actually fake and made up, and it's just something that the alt-right and center government use in Japan to like keep people in line. It's like their message. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, she's a total. It's Kazuma. It's a guy. But that's crazy though. Like, I'm like, one, it's wild because it's like, wait a minute, like here you were attacking this game, saying that like the Bushido code and like the whole like the masculine, hyper masculine, you know, honor and control and all these things, like that's just a you know, that's not true, and like they kind of like shit on like the old Kurosawa like Japanese samurai films from like way back, the black and white films from back in the day. And then here you are defending Assassin's Creed Shadows. But even more so, it's like that person has been involved with so many things. And plus, on top of that, the thing is that, like, think how bad that is for your fucking brain. Like, think how bad that is for your fucking mind. To, like, only work in those kind of companies that have, like, the same kind of ideologies. Like, working in, like, permanently working in echo chambers. And never seeing different perspectives. That's so dangerous for the mind. It's just not good, man. Like, one of the worries that I have, you know, not only as like a creator, but as like just a person,
Face me.
is like getting too wrapped up in a single ideology. I always try to see both sides. Oh shit, I hit the wrong button. Do over. Do over. At least there's no archer. Oh, fuck. I thought he was gonna regular attack and I went to parry. Ah, god damn it. That always fucks me up. Oh god, he went for it twice. Shield bash. Shield bash hurts, man. You're getting banged up on normal. I saved you. Watch her be like a traitor and she just like stabs me when I go to untire.
I thought all the samurai died at Komoda Beach.
Why did you remove the previous stream? It got banned.
It's terrible, my lord. They're cutting down our forest to repair their ships.
Where?
A logging camp.
Got
on the
banned.
Eastern coast.
YouTube smacked me on my bottom and they said, "Don't do that, LD. Stay in line, LD. Want to pay your rent, LD?"
Let's go.
What did you do? I mean, we just talked about some spicy topics. That's all it is. We just, you know, we talked about some spicy topics. Dude, Imperial Japan during post-World War I did invent the whole honorable samurai delusion and copied European knightly order to make the Bushido. That is a well-established, documented historical fact, but it doesn't take away from how awesome Kurosawa films are. Yeah, well, I mean, it was just the way that they positioned it and how, like... So, like, I think it's interesting to have, like, nuanced conversations about, like, how, like, the Bushido code and things like that has been, or, like, the samurai in general and the existence of the samurai has been used for like political means and whatnot. But what does that have to do? What does that have to do with like remembering a video game? That's what my point is. Like it does nothing. It does nothing. It's nothing constructive. And it just it devalues the experience that people are supposed to have with a game. But again, that then supports further the point that I made. What is the point of pointing out the historical inaccuracies with a game like Ghost of Tsushima, but then not doing the same and instead defending a game like Assassin's Creed Shadows? That's like, you know, this harkens back to the discussions that we had with Black Myth Wukong, right? Where it's like here they were talking about alleged sexism at game science. Okay, one, you need to bring me proof before you guys continue to have this conversation and constantly harp on the conversation, because it's really dangerous what you can do to a brand, to a studio, to a new studio, right? From my perspective, it was really dangerous for them to go around and do what they did with Game Science's name, because this is a brand new studio, and the way that the media was acting about, like they basically had them dead to rights, even though they didn't really have any proof of anything other than mistranslated quotes and things like that, is that they, like, that could have been the end of that studio. They hadn't put out anything of note. You know what I mean? Like, they have a responsibility. Oh, fuck, I fucked that up. That's bullshit. Well, that's double bullshit. Oh, man. Okay, whoa. You guys shoot fast. Holy shit. Okay. Oh, I thought I healed. My bad. But also at the exact same time, the other issue is not only with like the damage that it could do to the reputation of a brand new studio and like what the outcome and the fallout of something like that could be, but also at the exact same time, you know, what purpose does that serve in a review for a video game? And why was it always prefaced with most of the reviews that we saw from a lot of people? Because we saw a lot of reviews that were prefaced that way, that were, oh, you know, this game is Black Myth Wukong, made by Game Science, the company that's under alleged sexist allegations. What does that have to do? Punching down on a Game Science? They fucking were. They were trying to throw weight. But like they wanted to gaslight people and act like they weren't, but that's exactly what the fuck they were doing. They were throwing weight, trying to see if Game Science would fall in line. And Game Science didn't, so then they took it as far as they possibly could in conversation, and angry pigs. Gonna hit it. Nope. Oh, hit it in the ass. Come on, man. Got his ass. They were totally punching down on them. They wanted to see if they would fall in line. But then outside of that, the thing is that like, what purpose does that serve to your viewers? What purpose does that serve to me as somebody that's wondering whether or not I want to buy a game, or what the experience of the game was like, how the gameplay is, what the how does the game feel to play? You know, how was the performance? You know, the list goes on, right? Oh, fuck! I got pigged! God damn it. Can I hunt this motherfucker down on foot? Probably not. He's gonna get away from me. I don't have enough arrows either. Kunai! That didn't work. I'm out of arrows. Big's tanky. Yeah, he fucked me up. Hot spring is booty time. You guys ready for some samurai booty? What am I reflecting on? Lady Masako? Koten Khan. Oh, you already know we're going for Koten Khan.
Maybe I'll take that Mongol bastard's head. Or drown him. No.
Damn.
I'll put the torch to him.
Damn,
Just
dog.
like he did to Lord Adachi.
That shit was disrespectful. What did you guys say here? Hold on. Bushido's chivalry-like traits are because of Confucianism. Saw under wider practices in 1603, increasingly, interestingly, at the time Ghost of Yotei set in. Oh, okay. So it actually more fits in with Ghost of Yotei than it would have anything else. Real generalists treat their work with responsibility. Just goes to show what IGN staff actually are, and it's not just the IGN staff; it's other places too. They're not doing their like due diligence, nor are they being fair when it comes to a lot of their criticisms. Subscriber at tier 1, Rock of Haze. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thanks for the Nuance content, brother. Hey, man. What it's all about. Female cheeks in new game. See, and the gamers are fucking complaining about it. Also, do you know what I hate about social media as well? Is that, like, in a lot of cases, people will always want to post, like, the most, like, heinous pictures of people to try to make them look as bad as possible for, like, whatever their, like, whatever their, you know, whatever their narrative is, you know, it doesn't matter, like, you know, whatever they're trying to accomplish, whatever they're trying to say, I'm gonna kill this motherfucking bear. And, like, like, all the pictures they posted of, like, of Erika Ishii were like not very flattering pictures, but she's not she's pretty attractive actually. That character's gonna look pretty fucking mean. You could already damn it, fucking bear. You could already see it in some of the early art that they showed off. It's not a fucking bear. Oh god. God. She's also a jerk, but what people do, hey, no, I mean, that's what I said. Like, no matter, like, oh, like Joe Rogan's picture. Yes, remember when they put like the yellow, like the piss yellow filter on Joe Rogan? They're like, this is what you get. This is what you look for taking horse tranquilizers. They all do it. They all do. Both sides do that shit all the time, man. True enemies are the yeah, I know. That bear kicked my fucking ass. I thought I was gonna get the opportunity to block, and then I'm like, well, am I really gonna like parry a bear? Now, if I could, that'd be kind of fucking sick. Like, let's be real. Parrying a bear would be pretty fucking cool. What is this? Destroy the logging camp? It's kind of far. I might hit it on my way back or something like that. Where's the bird gonna go? Where you going, bird? Take me to some secrets. I love this use of UI. Another hot spring? Man, we are fucking clean today. Bro, could you imagine having something like this in your backyard? Who's Yuna? Wasn't that the chick that saved me?
From the battlefield by a thief. What will my uncle
Why does the bear hate Asians? Tonight on Dateline. You're playing Samurai Bear Mongol wrong? Oh my god. I just love that there's like no UI most of the time. It's so nice. It's so aesthetically pleasing. Where was the hate from the Ubisoft devs on this one? What was that? Another bear? I will have my revenge. Oh shit. I'm gonna watch these guys get fucked up. Oh shit! Wait. That I was gonna kill that bear. Bro got fucking tossed. I will not be told what I like or agree to, which triggers me. And then you express your opinion. We are violent, hating him. Yeah, I know. It's the straw manning is one of the things that is probably the most frustrating when it comes to a lot of the like cultural discussions around shit like over the last. I have some. How did that not kill you? I think that's kind of bullshit. So fucking clumsy in these games.
What was that? Let's get him.
I'm doing this the samurai way. I fucked up my stealth. Fall damage, love it. It's not realistic. In games that I play, that's not what happens. I can samurai jump and ninja jump off things as I want. Ow. Come on, bitch. Right. Man, you're a fucking pussy. Why would you yell down when you're like looking at only me?
I'm traveling alone.
Stop lying.
There's no one else.
Yeah? Let's see what you got. Nope, not good enough. Try it again. Okay, you got me once. All right. I can't see you. I gotta move. Okay. I think that's all of them. Yeah. Time to loot. Tuck and roll with any height. Yeah, that's true. There was one time I was there's this bar that we had back home that had like a beach basically in its backyard, and you could go back there and play like you go back there and play like beach volleyball. You could play frisbee. They had like drinking games and stuff like that. All kinds of different shit you could do. And our fucking frisbee got up on the roof of the bar, and I had to get it somehow. So I just like ran, I just like climbed this tree, drunk, got on top of this roof. And then like when I got on the roof and I got the frisbee down and people were like, fuck yeah, like everybody was happy that I got the frisbee back. I then realized like I didn't have any way off of the roof. And I had to fucking jump off of the roof to get off. And I like jumped into like, I jumped into the sand, but it hurt a lot. And it, my feet, like the bottom of my feet were black and blue for like, for a while. I was like, it was such a weird feeling to have your feet hurt like that. You didn't jump onto the tree? No, that's not how, it's kind of hard to explain how I got onto the tree. Like I would have had to have like jumped out because I was like on the tree and then I jumped off of the tree and onto the roof. I would have had to have like jumped at the tree and then grabbed the tree. I would have probably knocked myself out if I did that. Okay, that one's a little more difficult. What? Oh, not fast enough. Nope. Fuck that up. Feel bad. Y-A... Oh, shit. I hit the wrong button. Sensitive controller. Y-A-Y-A-A-B. A-A-L-B. Nope. Damn it. Oh, okay, that's not as bad, actually. Okay. I fucked. I missed the... I hit A instead of Y. Damn, I hit A again. I hit A again. 3 times in a row. Nope. There we go. Is the PS5 controller on PC worth it? I just use a Xbox controller. That's what I've always used. I could get a dongle for my PS5 controller if I wanted to. Nobody wants to see your dongle? That's a fucking lie. See all the OF comments. Be careful what words I use here on YouTube. Triggers are really cool with the bow. Oh yeah, the haptic triggers and stuff like that. I actually really do like the PlayStation 5 controller. Battery life on it's shit though. Xbox controller battery life is goated. I'll talk shit about Xbox all day long. I will never talk shit about Xbox controllers. Xbox controllers are goated.
Sounds like you have an interesting tale to tell, but I'm surprised to find you in Azamo.
We both go where we're needed, Lord Sakai. My story is for your ears as well.
I specifically came here for his dongle. Jesus. Legend of Tadayori. Here we go. New legend.
Centuries ago, Tadayori Nagao was the greatest archer on our island, famed for his wisdom and perfect aim. The Kami Hachiman himself was so impressed, he gave the archer his armor, light and strong beyond compare. In those days, cruel pirates raided the coast. They threatened the town of Azamo Bay with annihilation. The people fled to safety, but Tadayori faced the pirates alone, wearing his mythic armor. The pirates stormed the town. Tadayori's arrows tore through them. Few survived, but not one blow pierced Tadayori's armor.
Damn.
Years later, Tadayori died peacefully at home, but his armor mysteriously vanished. Some say his descendants guard it still, awaiting the rise of a warrior to defend Tsushima once more.
I know a guy.
The little writing about Tadayori that survives refers to a violet crown, a place in the north of Azamo, strewn with violet chrysanthemums, where Tadayori would often meditate.
I'm a big fan of Razor Raju tournament controllers for
Driving
PlayStation.
the Mongols from our home is all I care about.
Disarm or Flux,
Disarm
really?
will
Is it
help.
good?
If it's as good as you say.
His armor is without equal, my lord, and I believe it is still out there. Find the violet crown.
Okay. Keep hitting the back button to bring up, oh, okay, so I gotta go here. I'm a katana guy, so this is my least favorite mythic tale. Yeah, I like the sword fighting. I don't mind using bow, but I'm interested in the story. That's what I play a game like this for anyway. Crazy good for archer build, really. Problem is you have so many, you have such limited arrows.
That fear I see in your eyes.
No. It's not. It's not fear that you see in my eyes. I have to wait for the second attack. I forget about that. Got it. Swords, bows. I mean, like, you kind of want to use a little bit of everything in a game like this, right? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Early morning rain. Nothing like it.
Let's go.
Oh, okay, so I just have to defeat everybody here. Easy. Okay. Who saw me? Oh, no, there's this guy over here. Okay. Hey, maybe you should have been paying attention. You fucked up, dog. Can you hear your boys yelling? Oh. I don't know if I have any arrows. Okay. Yeah, I got a couple. Where'd your head go, dog? You got armor on. Didn't matter. Hit you right in the forehead.
Huge wish wedge.
What do you think about that, son? What do you think about that? Let's see, where's that loot at? That's what I'm looking for. I'm not. I'm trying to loot, dog. I'm just. I need supplies. But you son of a bitch. Why'd you gotta go and call the boys? That's what you get. They don't know where I'm at. Did he go this way? Which way did he go? Which way did he go? I hit the wrong button. What's wrong, man? What's wrong, brother? Oh, shit. He didn't like that that kunai. I didn't like that either. That sweep attack was mean. Pole arm guys are dangerous. Dangerous. I also really like their use of sound effects in this game. The sound design in this is flawless. If it's rainy, it actually, like, you know, it sound like the everything sounds rainy. Not only is it like the sound of rain that you hear, but it's everything else. The sound of mud and things like that. Oh, you're the main guy, huh? Are you acting like a bitch? What you got? Oh shit, that was a good hit. Water stance. Water stance. What's that? It's a new moveset or what? Highly effective against shields. Okay. Effective against shieldmen. Oh, okay. So it's like vertical strikes. Tap, tap, tap for shield breaker. Hold Y, then double tap for flurry strike. Hold RT to change stances. Hold, and then tap, tap, tap. All right. Now shield guys are going to be easier. Nice. And I hold RT, switch to water stance. Or I'm just going to stab you in the fucking heart. Oh, okay. So it's overhead. Ooh, that's mean. I like that. I like that a lot. Iron. Leather. What I need is like a shitload of supplies. Can't you sell stuff for supplies? Wasn't there a chest? I thought I saw one and then I walked past it. I could be tripping. Tripping. Gotta continue down the river. Big chest, middle of the camp. Did I? I don't see anything. There's this chest, but I can't open that. Are I just following the river? No, it's like this way. Right? Straight forward. Up the hill up here. Okay. Have you tried Legends mode? No. No, what is it, like PvP or something like that? You can sell materials like bamboo for supplies to hunters, merchants, knife icon. Okay. Oh shit. This is not good. I gotta get rid of this archer first. This is like an elite squad. Damn. Oh. That was rough. Oh, it's PvE? Oh, what do you like, team up with other people and fight stuff? Is that what it is? Legends with a good team is awesome. I might have to check it out. Might have to check that out. Shit, keep running. Okay. Who's coming first? God damn, man, motherfucker has swing range. I'm fucking flashbanging. I think there's still another one left. Oh, there he is. Where you going? Where? Legends is there is PvP game mode, but there's only one, and you fight PvE and use currency to spawn enemies on the side. It does have its own story too. That's crazy. See, like, that's what you got to do if you want to like make multiplayer games and things like that inside of like single player games. You have to make it cool. You got to make it interesting. You got to make it different. I feel in a lot of cases people just keep trying to do the same shit over and over again. And I kind of miss multiplayer experiences like that in single player games where it's like it's just meant to be something fun. It's not about trying to make a live service adjacent to your game. You know what I mean? Your cam is tripping? My cam. Oh, it is actually. What the fuck? How's it doing? Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't understand why it's Why's it having problems focusing? Like pulsating. Wonder if it's the lighting. Let me change the color. Hold on. What's up, kitty cat? That's so weird. Let me reset the camera. Hold on. I'm still here. Looks like it's good. There's something maybe with the lighting. Hi, kitty cat. Hi, dude. Hi. Hey, buddy. You hungry? Is that why you're here? Do you have autofocus? Yeah, it's usually turned on. It's supposed to make it where it blurs out the background. I think it's fine now. I think it might just been like the mix of the lighting in the room that was causing to do it. It looks like it's fine. I don't know. You hungry, buddy? Yeah? Let me feed the cat. Hold on. All right. Okay, I think we should be good. Now it's like way too fucking bright over here, though. There we go. We need a cat cam. I've heard that before. I've heard that before from a few people. The problem is that like I don't even know where I would even put a cat cam. Just depends on where he wants to go. He's all over the place sometimes.
Throw your blades.
Man, dude, there's so many people over here.
Dash your samurai. Bastin chamak.
Come on, shield, bro. Let me try to move. Damn, Mimo already got 8 up. You got 8 up. GoPro on the collar? That's actually a pretty good idea, actually. Let's do that one.
You're free. Somewhere safe.
I thought I had.
Guitarist on bass. I got a buddy of mine that did that in a band before. That shit was crazy. Motherfucker threw down like a fat ass bass solo out of nowhere on a metal song. It was sick.
Their logging camp and make sure they never finish their work.
Sorry, first time viewer. But keep your house clean. My house is clean. What are you talking about? My house is clean. I have a small house. It's a very small place, but it's clean. Okay, so I'm looking for the scent of sweet or search for violet flowers. I see him. The pig led me straight to them. What's up with the fucking storm every single time we get like one of these Legends quests? Like up here or something?
Violet chrysanthemums. The musician who told me the legend of Tarauri mentioned them. They could lead to the Violet Crown.
Oh no, it's still over here. Okay. How well is the game optimized? I've had no performance issues, no frame rate issues, nothing. Game's performed really well. It was a PS4 game initially, wasn't it?
Who will fight?
Some enemies will take feint attack. Okay.
protect you.
That's pretty easy to read.
It's over for you.
Got your ass. What's in the box? Is this loot? Give me the loot. Yep, on PS4. Oh, it came out just before the PS5. That's odd timing. Well, I mean, haven't they tried to make sure that most of their games that they've released on the PS4 also came out for the, or most of their games on the PS5 come out for the PS4? Like I still think even to this point they haven't had a lot of like PlayStation 5 exclusives that aren't in the that aren't available for anything else.
The crown. Tadayori's armor could be here. Incense, bound recently. Something inside that container. A map to Tadayori's rest.
Okay. You can now track new locations using the guiding wind. Okay. So it's obviously that direction, right? Looks like it. Okay. That's probably gonna hurt if I jump down there. Maybe not flashy enough for the PS5 or something. That's kind of crazy seeing how well this game actually ended up doing. It's actually it's kind of, it blows my mind how like sometimes these game companies will have a great vision for like a good game and the game will be like, you know, it'll perform really well, but at the exact same time they like, I mean, it's hard to be able to tell like whether a game is going to be like that good or not, right? But I feel like if you would have sat down and played this, we're like, you know what, actually this should be a PlayStation 5 launch title. From what I heard, I think it did pretty good on PS4 if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. I don't think I'm not. I rarely am. It's a great swan song for the PS4. That's true too, actually. If you think about it like that, it's a pretty good. That's a pretty good way to look at it. PS4 had some really good games, man. Had some really good games. I didn't have the PS4 until much later into its life cycle, but I enjoyed it a lot. I mostly only buy PlayStations for like Japanese RPGs and God of War. That's pretty much about it. I don't really buy it for much of anything else. I just hope Ghost of Yotei will release in July like Tsushima did. That would be better. Yeah, I wouldn't want it to come out earlier in the year. Fuck, dude, you got to think about it. You have they're like February next year is going to be lit. There's so many games that are coming out. Holy shit.
More violet chrysanthemums. Tadayori's rest could be close. cliffs are too sheer to climb. There must be another way in.
Lots of JRPGs on Nintendo and PlayStation. Yeah, there's a lot, but also at the same time, the thing is that like, for Nintendo, I just didn't play it, dude. I just didn't play it. The only thing I ever played was like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Those are the only games that I ever finished on Nintendo, or on the Switch. And then outside of that, I didn't play them.
A map, like the one from the Violet Crown. Tadayori's Rest.
Oh, this is so cool looking. It's so pretty. So peaceful.
Whose graves are these? Time's rushing river slows. Tadayori's mind at rest. One drawn bow pierces many. Same incense from the Violet Crown, lit recently. The emblem of Clan Nagao, Tadayori's clan.
What are you doing here? Leave this place.
I'm not here to fight. I am Jin Sakai, nephew of Lord Shimura.
You're a liar and a thief. Defend yourself.
Oh damn, you want to die? Trying to die today? Trying to die today? Damn.
I don't want to kill you. Stop!
Hey, oh shit, she fast. Okay.
How dare you trespass on Tadayori's sacred ground! You dishonor Tadayori's legacy, thief!
Shit. Okay. Damn, she's fast. That's gonna be undodgeable. Or that's gonna be dodgeable, sorry. Unblockable or unparryable is what I meant.
We should be fighting Mongols, not each other.
You're nothing but a dirty scavenger!
Am I?
It's not possible! You know how to use that stolen blade.
Oh, she got my ass. I got carried away at the end there.
I don't want to kill you. Stop!
How dare you trespass on Tadayori's sacred ground! You dishonor Tadayori's legacy, thief!
We should be fighting Mongols, not each other.
You're nothing but a dirty scavenger!
Damn, there we go.
Hold, my lord.
Yeah, not.
My name is Kaede. Last
Oh.
of Tadayori's line.
Oh,
I heard the samurai were all killed.
she's got
Assumed you were
fucking.
a
She's got
scavenger.
styled on.
I'm no thief. But I
She's
seek
got
your
styled on, and
ancestors'
she's like, oh.
And you deserve to wear it, Lord Sakai. But the armor is lost.
And you have no way to find it.
There is a line from an old scroll. Tadayori watches over Azamo Bay for eternity. I suspect it's a clue to where he hid the armor.
Ma'am.
Tadayori's armor gave him great speed and
Ma'am, you're
decay.
bleeding profusely.
Wear it in defense of the innocent, as he once defended Azamo Bay.
Watching over us.
You're bleeding very badly. Tis but a scratch. Travel to Azamo Bay. Well, I gotta go that way anyway for this quest. But isn't Azamo Bay already like taken over and shit? We'll go take out this base on the way. She needs ointment. You know, funny story. So, I was in a really bad car accident when I was a teenager, and I had a friend that was in the car with me. They were injured. Both of us were injured really badly. And like I had like there was like a rod in my leg that like got, I don't know where it came from, part of the engine or something like that. Like it was like through my knee and in my thigh. There was part of the top of my like my scalp was like fucking cut off and gone. Like I was all cut up, bloodied, beaten. And I don't really remember a whole lot, but one of the things that I do vividly remember was like directly following, like immediately right after we crashed and like the ambulance got there, or before the ambulance got there, I got out of the car and I tried to like go around to like help my friend. Like I climbed out of the car and got down off the top of the car onto the ground. And I'm like trying to get my buddy to wake up because he was like hunched in his seat, like forward. And I thought he was dead. So I pulled him back. And when I pulled him back, then he started breathing and he started crying and, you know, asking for help and whatnot. Just saying he was in pain. And then all of a sudden I could like the noise, I could finally start to hear a little bit. And I heard this dude that was yelling at me. And he was just like, "You're bleeding very badly. Sit down. Lay down." And I'm like, I look over, I'm like, what? And then I like look at myself and I see like how much I'm bleeding and I'm like, oh. And then I passed out. Fun, sync for the 5, brother.
Quickly, cook it.
Why doesn't my horse fly? Keep up the amazing work, bro. Thank you, man. Hero moment? Yeah, I think it was just kind of like adrenaline kicking in and stuff like that. Shock and adrenaline. You go through those moments, man. You're like, oh shit. Where is... Okay, across the way. The Fonz. Didn't I already take over this camp? Is there something I need to do? Is there something I need to do to take the camp down? Oh no, it's a different camp. That was a legend storyteller. Gotta keep going. Funny how your brain can be like, fuck this, I'm out when you're in shock. Yeah, it is actually. It's just like, hey, you know what? It's like once my cognitively, when I came to the realization that I was bleeding profusely, then all of a sudden my brain was like, ooh, I'm in danger. Let's systems off while repairs are made. System reboot is now in order. How many like archers are there? Quite a few actually. How did that not kill you? Yeah, you're not blowing that horn, dog. I don't know how many guys there are, otherwise I'd just like call them out and just fight them all one by one, but I'm not gonna do that. How many arrows do I have? 5? Alright, fine. Stand off. Come on. Oh, okay, there's... Oh, alright, we got a party, alright. Oh, shit, my legs! Sweep the legs! Oh, shit. Bro. Cheating. You guys have combos. Oh god. Man, you got reach. God, those triple combos get me. Shit. Oh, okay. Whew, spicy. Got ya. How'd that miss? That didn't. Oh! Smoked him! Give me the loot. Loot. Man, why are you guys all poor? Why? I'm here for the loot. Man, did you guys hear about that shit that happened out at the front gate? Totally. Yeah, we sent the poors out front. Right? You got loot, don't you? See, I told you. I knew it. They sent the fucking poors out first. What you guys? What are you doing? Hey, I got something for you. Oh! Dash! Oh! 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 Caught it with his teeth. Did you guys see that? I knew it. They were hiding the loot. That's a big ass camp, dude. What we got in here? No, there was no samurai. I don't know why your guys died. They got a. It looks like they got a cold. That's what it looks like. It looks like they got a cold. No, you don't see me. You don't see me. Oh God! You see the look of shock on his face. I'm just gonna put myself in jail, okay? Yeah, if you yell about it, you'll find me faster. Why are you so big? Got you. Come on, try something cool. That was your best move? Jump attacks? Who are you, fucking Asmongold? Feisty. Dead. Okay, I'm ready for you now. I hate that. Ooh, God, you hit so hard. All right, we survived. But at what cost? You know, I've yet to find one of these cages with people in it. Hold Y and then tap like crazy. You should unbalance the guy with the shield on that combo. Well, work on the big guys. I thought it would probably be a little hard because they're so fucking tall. Sashimono banner. Bro, these places got all the fucking good shit. No, I don't want to go there. I'll have to go back. Bombs are full. What are you doing? Interesting. Who else is looking at me? Oh, I see him now. Hi. Senators and Red Wings just ended. Are the Blackhawks playing today? I didn't actually check the schedule. I thought Blackhawks' first game was gonna be on the 5th. If I might have got my days mixed up. You're still streaming? Yeah, I usually try to stream for at least like 6 to 7 hours if I can. Oh, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, that fucked him up. He didn't like that. Good kick. That was a good fight. $67 hours? Yeah, I try to stream for 67 hours. Loving the long streams, gaming news followed with some gaming. Nice. Yeah, that's what I like to do. I mean, here's the thing. What I do on stream is no different than what I do off stream. Like if I'm like working on videos and stuff, it's usually like I get up, I dick around, and then I fucking watch I'll watch a couple videos and stuff like that, but for the most part it's usually like me trying to what the fuck. You're just as surprised as I was. And then I read through gaming news, check gaming websites, you know, click through Twitter and Reddit and stuff, see if there's anything interesting going on, and then go from there. That's why when like somebody mentioned it earlier, I'm like, dude, this is the same thing that I do off stream. It doesn't matter if I'm on or off stream. Stolen metal. Okay, then I have to go before you end. It's like 5 a.m. here. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Captains are a bit tricky to deal with in the early game. Yeah, well, I mean, luckily that dude was like he was just a shield bro, right? It's like we're hanging out with LD. I mean, that's kind of the idea. That's kind of the idea. I mean, I told you guys why like I got like why I got into like making YouTube videos and stuff like that, but like the streaming part of it was literally just to hang out with folks, talk shit about video games and other shit that's going on, and play video games with people. Chat. Be social. Poor guy. We'll be able to get this guy with an assassination. And his boy, actually. Oh, never mind. He saw me. There we go. Got them all. Refill the arrows. There's a lot of shit here. There's a lot of loot. This is a big loot situation we had going on here. All kinds of good stuff. Some supplies, some iron, other things. Gonna have to call it a night here. I have to rest. Have a good rest of the stream and enjoy. It goes to Tsushima, dude. Cheers from Norway. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for hanging out. Oh yeah, this is about the time for the EU bros to call it night or morning, depending on where they're at. Wait, there was a supply on the ground there. I think we've just about looted it. Just about looted it out. Yeah, I think we're pretty much good. We'll check these tents up front, and then we should be all right. I think I already hit these. Oh. I did not hit these. Ooh. I love all the stances. Fully upgrade, make them a lot easier. That's usually how it goes with these kind of games. It's just that that initial grind of like getting up to that point, right? So is this not completed? Does it not go off? $3:50 a.m. in Germany here. Yeah. Cheers. Have a good. Yep. Yeah. No. See you later. You can do cool sword sheaths and stuff. Watch top left corner in the game. Oh, the banners. There's like one more banner I have to find. Oh, there it is. Up here. Destroy black powder cache. There we go. Burned it to the ground. Burned it to the ground. Just got back from my best friend's wedding. What's good? Chilling, man. Playing Ghost of Tsushima. Tsushima. Very cool. Back point. We love to see those. All right. Let's. Okay, and then it like discovers this area, or is this like conquered area? Is that what this is supposed to be? I thought this is a river initially. This must be like conquered areas or something, maybe. I don't know. Or does it like just discover the surrounding area? Down the river we go. Discovered areas. Okay, just fog of war. Not gonna lie, I wish I was in Germany. I have not left the continental. I've not left North America. I plan to do so when I can afford to one day. I'd like to visit some spots in EU. I definitely want to go to Japan at least once. Where are you gonna take me? Oh, do a quest? That's not nearly as cool.
My lord, will you please help me?
You got to go to Japan? Yeah, I really want to do like you know, the quintessential you know, Japanese touristy thing, you know. I want to go to obviously Tokyo, and I don't know. I have to plan it out. I just don't know. Like I was going to do it before, and I already had the money saved, and I was gonna spend the money, but then the vid hit. Like once COVID came, it was kind of like, ah, shit. Like, and I got lucky. I got super lucky that I didn't spend the money yet, but I was prepping for it. I was watching a lot of like travel videos and things like that for Japan. I heard that it's relatively easy for like Americans to, like English speaking folk, to be able to travel in Japan. Most of the stuff is pretty, like, they're pretty bilingual friendly over there. And actually, it wasn't even like the language barrier that I was afraid of. It was more or less being like culturally not wanting to like overstep my grounds or anything. You know what I mean? I just moved here. It's very easy to get around and do stuff. That's cool. Hokkaido. The Japanese love Americans, from what I've heard. I mean, kind of, but not really. Like, you're still gonna have some people that are gonna be nationalistic, and you know they're gonna look at you, gaijin, right?
What is it? I have to get to a camp in the woods, occupied by people who are seriously ill. They need a healer.
The area's overrun with bandits and Mongols.
Yes, I'll need protection.
I can get you there. But the sickness concerns me. You're sure you can fight it?
Sickness isn't something you fight. It's something you have to care for.
If the people are as ill as you say, we should leave now. Stop the sickness before it spreads.
Thank you, my lord.
Yeah, I lived there for a while in Japan. Not knowing the language made it difficult for me. Yeah, I can see that being pretty difficult for anybody, honestly. I'm following him.
How did you survive the battle at Komoda?
It was thanks to a woman, Yuna. She rescued me from the beach, nursed me back to health.
She sounds like a gifted healer.
She's one of the bravest people I know. I wouldn't be here without
Just
her.
learn Japanese, bro.
Easy
clap all the time,
As
you know?
a boy,
Yeah.
I was always sick, but through her knowledge of herbs, she made me strong. She's the reason I'm a healer.
I mean, that is the weeb thing to do, right?
Wait, I think I see something up ahead.
Good eye. Stay back. Let me handle it.
Where are you hiding your food?
We don't have any.
Come and fight!
Come and fight, motherfucker. You're about to catch these hands. Who's next? Who wants it? Couldn't have done it. Didn't learn the lesson, huh?
They were going to kill us.
Nah, dog. I mean, do you see me dripped out? Do you see them dripped out? I don't think so. Why would you think anybody... Why would you think... Come on, man.
You shouldn't be traveling here alone.
We had to leave our farmstead, my lord. Everyone there is sick.
What brought it on?
Spirits.
Uh-oh.
Our ancestors are punishing us.
Oh, no.
We gave the Mongols our food instead of fighting back. When they left, everyone grew ill.
Oh,
Now
no.
our home is cursed.
There's an inn just down the road. You should be safe there.
It's much too dangerous.
Now I gotta
outside.
fight ghosts?
Get indoors and stay there. Thank you. I only hope the spirits don't follow us.
Kage!
Just make sure you bring your katana and your cosplay outfit. The locals will love you. I'm sure. I'm sure.
You're quite the butcher with that sword.
They had to fight.
Bandits would have killed those people.
You don't know that. You could have tried talking to them.
It would not have helped. You know that. You asked for my protection.
Forgive me. My life's work is to heal the body, not destroy it.
Yeah, well, I mean, they were threatening the other people with weapons. I mean... Look here, Mr. Pacifist.
Let's go, Kage.
I can gallop and they can adjust. That's cool.
Thank goodness you're here.
Homeo, what is it?
What's wrong?
What you got, girl?
I think he ate something poisonous.
Take me to him.
What about those suffering at the camp? We've already delayed.
It will only take a moment.
So they probably gave up a lot of their food to the Mongols, and they're probably eating something that they're not supposed to, and that's why people are getting sick. Or could be the water, if like the Mongols are doing something to the water, maybe.
What did he eat?
I wish I knew. We have no food.
I'll see if I can find what it was.
Thank you, my lord.
Nothing but boiled water.
Okay.
Rice basket's empty.
Okay.
Just straw.
Okay. I fucking called it.
Mushrooms. Half eaten. This must be it. I should tell Hanaoka.
Fucking called it.
Did you find anything?
Half-eaten mushrooms.
You fool! You know better.
He must have eaten them out of desperation.
I can make an antidote, but I need river moss.
Stay with him. I'll find the moss.
Why you gotta call me out for stealing supplies? I didn't steal. It's fucking it's tax. I'm taxing them. I'm the lord of the region, okay? Caught that motherfucker. Wanna try it again, huh? Hi. Oh. How did that miss? I like how we have no food. Like, there's literally like 3 wild hogs right behind your crib. What are you doing? They could have been eating good. After what you've seen now, you're excited for Ghost of Yote? Yeah, I mean, like, especially if they continue past this and, like, evolve, like, past what they've done with this game. Especially, like, with the combat and whatnot. Like, I mean, who knows what they can do. Also, now that I'm like thinking about it, by the way, I wonder how many people that were like bitching about like the drama around Ghost of Yote even played Ghost of Tsushima. Because the thing is that like since I've been playing it, like I've ran into like multiple like female warriors all over the place. Like while they're not like samurai, they're like trained swordswomen and things like that.
My lord, did you find the moss?
So like this stuff was already in their games to begin with.
Homeo, listen carefully. Crush this moss, add it to a cup of water and bring to a boil. Have him drink the mixture and he should be fine by tomorrow morning.
Those at the camp need us now.
Yes, let's go.
Thank you for saving my son.
No one complaining about it played the first game. Yeah, it's kind of the feeling that I'm getting now. Like now that I'm playing it, like there's plenty of female characters that were in this game.
You know, that man's symptoms were the same as the couple from the farmstead. Aching,
like I get what you're saying with like the word grifter, and I like it is way overused.
You think the
but at the exact same time, like what is the definition that you're supposed to use?
The moss was fine for that man.
My only complaint is I had initially in the moment said, where's Jin, such a really good character? Well, the thing is that from what I've been told by the people that finished the DLC for this game, there's no other story to tell. Because, like, didn't this Mongol invasion actually happen at one point? Like, obviously this isn't based on, like, historical events. What happened in this didn't necessarily happen, but it was based around actual historical events, if I'm not mistaken. Right, but Jin Sakai is not a real person. That's the point that I'm making. Oh, Hurricane Kamikaze destroyed their fleets. I didn't know that. Yeah, historical fiction. But yeah, from like the vast majority of people that I've talked to that have played the game and beaten it, like they all said that the DLC wrapped it up and like his story's done. So like I like the idea of using like a historical setting and like historical events that could have happened or did happen to like round out a story and make like a more believable experience. But yeah.
Mongols, and right by the pond.
Would you like to talk to them? Ask them politely to leave?
I'll leave this to your discretion, my lord.
Would you like to talk to them politely? Ask them to leave? I love that. Got your ass. Oh, that's kind of bullshit. What is this? Oh, okay. I don't need. Please don't do that. Fine. Yeah, but now the shield man's dead. Units effective against swordsmen? Fucking archers. Bullshit. Damn, that was a good hit. Oh, shit. Big boy. Damn, there's so many of you. Oh. Ah, God damn, I tried to back up. I couldn't get it. Oh. Oh, I knew that was coming. I knew they were going to gang up on me.
Stand and fight.
Try it again. I know, I forgot about the kunai. Oh, I can just kill this guy right off the bat. That's nice. Okay. Get locked in here. Oh! God damn it. The reason why I didn't use the kunai is because I hate switching items in mid-combat. I hate doing that. It never feels intuitive on a controller.
Throw your blades.
I missed. How did I miss that? That was right by his ear. That dude's lucky. Ooh, good hit. God damn it. Oh. Okay, got his ass. After this, it should just be big boy. Got him. There we go. Black Myth Wukong not at the Game Awards. Just saw on Twitter. What do you mean? Black Myth Wukong not at the Game Awards? Like Game Science isn't coming to Game Awards, or it's not nominated for a Game Award? Shut the fuck up. There's no way. My computer does not like what I'm doing right now. Okay, yeah, hold on. I'm not seeing anything on this. The only thing I see is a Forbes post where it's like Golden Joystick Awards 2024, a big year for indie games. Best storytelling, best multiplayer, best visual design, best indie, best self-published. I mean, but this is Golden Joysticks. I'm not seeing anything about the Game of the Year awards. Just throw it in. Just throw it in. Throw it in. Shut the fuck up. It's on Twitter. Throw it in Discord chat. Just throw it in general chat. Well, you see, you said game. You said the Game Awards. This is Golden Joysticks. That's the one that I just brought up. Black Myth Wukong not nominated by the Golden Joystick Awards. Isn't that the one put on by? I'll have to look into that. Isn't the Golden Joysticks? It's in the UK. Yeah, it's a different award. No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. But isn't the Golden Joysticks? Is that put on by? Is that by journalist outlets? Never heard of the golden joysticks? Polygon posted an article about its predictions and Wukong isn't listed.
Over here, my lord.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if
Yes.
they don't have it, if they don't have Black Myth Wukong in the running for Game of the Year, it's gonna be one of the biggest mask off moments for games journalism that we've ever seen. It will be. It'll be the biggest mask off moment for games journalism. Personally, for me, if people are like, "What's your game of the year?" Mine's Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It's fire, but I realize people don't want to like vote for that or say that it should be in there because it's a remake, even though it's like it's so far from what a remake is. It's not like to say Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Final Fantasy VII are the same game is like you're fucking smoking crack. You're smoking crack. But if I were to take it out of the conversation, it would be Black Myth Wukong. Baldur's Gate 3 was last year. Baldur's Gate 3 won Game of the Year. The ending for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth disgusted me as much as I enjoyed the rest of the game. I don't know. At the end of the day, I got to see Tifa in a bathing suit, so I'm a simple man of simple needs. Helldivers 2. Oh, Helldivers 2 should be in the discussion, yeah. Shadow of the Erd Tree and Phantom Liberty. I would have said, yeah, but like they're in their own category, right? It's the small things. It really is. All the small things. Saying Rebirth is a remake is saying like you're gonna have a sequel to a dream you had years ago tonight. Yeah, exactly. Like it's not even fucking close. They're not even in the same conversation. Final Fantasy VII is a remake Rebirth, but they changed a lot of things and made it interesting in both in gameplay, story. Yeah, it's not Final Fantasy. Like it is Final Fantasy VII at its core, like the characters and the overall story. But it's, you know, for the players that played Final Fantasy VII, they know that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Remake is an alternate story. And it's not even the alternate story. The gameplay is not even, it's not a turn-based RPG. It's a fucking action RPG.
It's just watching you. I can't help but wonder if you enjoy the violence.
I do.
I kill only to protect our people. I think about that every time I reach for my soul cross.
I'm sorry, my lord.
Let's go heal those who need it.
For Helldivers to make a splash, it has to, or has in the current gaming space, is beyond commendable. Oh yeah, like what Helldivers accomplished when it first came out is, you know, well worth it.
The camp should be just ahead.
It's a what if fan fiction is really was really good. Yeah, it's actually not true. I like that. I like that idea.
Healer, my wife, she stopped breathing.
How long has she been sick?
Ever since the Mongols came by our farmstead.
What did she eat?
We had no food. Just water from the well.
I'm sorry.
They poisoned the well.
She's gone. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
You did your best.
But maybe if I hadn't delayed, with that couple and that man.
If we hadn't stopped, those people would be dead. You also wouldn't have figured out these people were poisoned.
Perhaps. But I still don't know how.
That man said his wife had nothing but water from the well.
And we know people started getting sick after the Mongols left.
They must have polluted the well.
A contaminated water source would spread sickness like wildfire.
But it's treatable?
Yes, the tubers will see to it.
Then help those you can.
Thank you, my lord. You have saved many lives.
Oh, what is this? Your explanation of Ghost of Tsushima or Ghost of Yote video is the best approach in phenomenological perspective. You didn't say people who deny the female MC are X-ist of some sort or anything, but it's a consequence of the industry that it's pushed. Yeah, I mean, like that's the whole fucking that's the theme, man. That's the theme. It's all about nuance. Here's the thing. It's really easy for people to point out other folks and say, "Oh, you're a bigot. You're a racist. You're a sexist." It's very easy to do that because it ends the conversation and you don't need to actually like talk to the people. You don't have to try to empathize. You don't need to understand their perspective. You can just say, "Nah." That's it, right? You can just end the conversation with a no. But from my perspective, not every single person that is pushing, like not all the people that are pushing back against some things that are in games today are an ist of any kind. They are there. Oh, don't get me wrong. They are there, and they will try to hijack the conversation and use it to be able to push their narratives and push their propaganda and push their agenda. I think there's something to be said, and a lot of times people will point out like, "Oh man, you know, there has to be an agenda here." There's an agenda on the side of the people that you'll watch on YouTube or the people that you'll see on Twitter that are pushing the same fucking thing. They're a tiny group. They're a little bit bigger than that. I'm not saying they're like an overwhelming majority or anything like that. That's definitely not true either. But it's just like the thing is, you have to keep in mind that there's people that are out there that will hijack they will hijack that narrative. They'll hijack that story and they'll use it as a flagship for them to be able to try to push that narrative forward. And they have their own agenda. It's like I was talking about before, where I just said, like, you know, I grew up in a generation that wanted to get rid of labels and things like that. So like any people like wanting to push these like I'm gonna call them labelists, these like labelist discussions, where it's like, you know, oh, it's the women are the problem, the gays are the problem, or the sexists or the misogynists or like it's all the same shit. Like you guys are always just trying to put a fucking label and a term on something because it makes it easier for you to understand. It's simple thinking. Very simple thinking. What am I supposed to be doing? There we go. It makes it easy to be a bigot if you boil everything down to us versus them. Yeah, I'm not fighting anybody. I'm fighting concepts of poor leadership of... Oh, there's a lot of dead bodies here. Concepts of poor leadership.
Grasslands. Straw Hat mercenaries were seen in the area.
And,
Mongol convoy. Ambushed. Could be the Straw Hats doing.
Uh-oh, what happened here?
Attack started here. But there had to be more than one Mongol.
So are Straw Hats Ronin?
Looks like more bodies up ahead. trying to get away from his attackers.
Quickly, Kage.
I think I saw somebody ask me if I was going to play Diablo or not. I don't know.
Jin Sakai.
Ryuzo,
Ryuzo.
you look
Oh,
like a
shit.
scarecrow.
You've looked better too. Can I have my hat?
You're a mercenary now.
Professional warrior.
Maybe you can help me. I'm looking for your leader.
He died on Komoda Beach.
You were there too.
I lost a lot of friends.
We all did. And we can avenge them if we work together. Help me save Lord Shimura.
He's alive. The Straw Hats are hurt. Starving. I can't ask them to risk their lives for one man.
Even if you can name your price?
Oh,
Once we free our home,
got his ass.
Lord Shimura will pay you. Anything you want.
My men might be interested.
Your men.
I look out for them. Someone has to.
Do we have a deal?
I'll think about it.
Hold your
Oh,
ground.
okay. Where the hell is this lie, guys? Yeah, what he said. Shit. Wasn't paying attention.
Kill them all!
Don't let them surround us.
Got his ass. No! Made my fall even more slow-mo. Got him. Okay. Oh, you son of a bitch.
Your form has improved.
You managed to grow a beard.
Damn!
Considered my offer?
Damn!
We'll be lucky if we survive the week.
It's that bad?
We're starving. I was out here hunting for food, and I'm returning to my men empty-handed.
But not alone. Take me to your camp. We'll figure something out on the road.
Just like old times.
I got my construction nickname today. Oh shit. Just know that doesn't fucking wear off very easy. Why are they calling you dumbass? What'd you do? People that haven't worked in construction don't understand what the weight of a fucking like earning a nickname is like. It's a badge of honor. It's a rite of passage, but it's something that tends to stick around for a long time. I'm clumsy. Well, I mean, how about here? How about this? I'll give you a story. So, I was on a job, and one of the guys on the job wasn't all there. He wasn't very bright. His dad got him the job. He was an apprentice. He was like a first-year apprentice. His dad had been with the company, or hadn't been with the company. His dad had been with the union for a while. His dad ended up getting him into the union. When they got him into the union,
When was the last time
he kind of got kicked off of a couple jobs. Not a smart guy. Not a smart guy at all. He's one of those people when you talk to him, you're positive. You're positive this guy wasn't listening to you. You're just like, there's just no shot this guy's listening to me. So him and two other apprentices one day had to pick up a I think it was like 3 or 4 inch heavy wall pipe, but it was a flange. And this flange probably weighed probably like 300 plus pounds or something like that. 300 plus pounds. So these 3 knuckleheads, instead of waiting for a carry deck to come by to pick up this flange and put it up on top of a barrel, instead what they do is they think to themselves, it's taken too long for a carry deck to come over. We're just going to go ahead. We'll pick it up by hand, the 3 of us. We're 3 grown men. We can pick this up. You have 300 pounds. That's nothing. 350 pounds. That's nothing between 3 people, right? Come on. So these 3 dumbasses go and they pick up this flange and they're going to walk it and they're going to put it up on top of a barrel because another pipe fitter needed to come by so they could bevel it out, right? So they pick it up and they go to start to walk it and they're struggling. They're like, oh shit, it's way heavier than they thought, right? Because it is. It's fucking stupid heavy. There's no reason to pick that up with your bare hands. And they go to carry it over to a barrel. They don't think about the fact that it's not just that it's 3 grown men. It's a 7 foot, or he was like 6'4", 6'5", 6'5", 6'5". One guy was like 6'5", another guy was like 5'11", the other dude was like 5'2". So when you have people of that varying heights, where's all the weight going? Going to the short guy, right? So all that weight's going on to the short guy. He can't handle it. They get a few steps forward, and short guy's hands just give out. He was carrying too much. He was taking the vast majority of the weight, and his arms just gave out. He just couldn't do anything about it. His arms gave out. So the other 2 guys do their best to bring it over. They're lifting it, carrying it, bring it over to the barrel. The 2 of them get it up to the barrel. They use all of their last bit of strength to pick it up as high as they can. And when they do, the one guy, he's standing up. He arches, the tall guy arches his back to pull all the way back and like bring it up against himself to get leverage to pull it up higher and get it up on top of the barrel. And then they drop it onto the barrel. They get it there. They got it onto the barrel. They got it onto the barrel. So when they get it up on top of the barrel and they drop it down, keep in mind that tall guy that was like 6'4", he's like this, right? So he's got his stomach and he's got his waist kind of like pushed outwards, and they drop it down. Okay. But that guy that's about 6'4", at about what height do you think that barrel lip comes to it on him? Anybody guess? Like, where on his body do you think that barrel lip would probably be about on a guy that's like 6'4"? His hips. Actually, just below his hips. Just about dick height, actually. And it just so happens he's wearing coveralls, but under his coveralls, he thought it would be it's just so hot outside. It's so hot outside. And I already got to wear these fire retardant coveralls. I shouldn't have to wear anything else underneath it. So instead, he wears gym shorts and a tank top. And he didn't have any, like, you know, there's no support in his britches. You know what I mean? So what ended up happening is that when they dropped that flange down onto the barrel, it fell right onto the fucking tip, right on the fucking head of his penis. 350 pounds. Smashed between a barrel and a very, very heavy piece of metal. Yeah. Yeah. Foreskin? No, they didn't name him Foreskin. They named him Flathead. So that's his nickname. His nickname's Flathead. True story. True story. Yeah. And to take it further, not only is it a true story, I mean, he had to explain it to me, right? Because I had to write a report on the whole thing. So he comes to my office bleeding. I mean, like, dude, I was terrified. I thought the dude got shot or something because, like, he came into my office and he's got blood all over the front of him. I mean, like, his coveralls are soaked. It's everywhere. And I'm like, dude. I'm like, whoa, what happened? What did it? And I'm like getting ready to call 911. What happened? He comes running into my office. He goes, my dad. My dad. And I'm like, you're what? He's like, my dick. And this dude straight up, because like I was working with like the health department and stuff. He's like, he just drops his fucking drawers in front of me, and I was like, oh shit. Oh God, no. So we so I took him over to the work clinic. I took him over to the workers clinic. And the nurse there is like, you know, we explained what happened, and she goes to, you know, inspect it and take a look at him and whatnot. And she's just like, the nurse comes to meet me later, and she goes, I'm like, so, you know, what's the news, doc? And she's like, he'll be fine. And I was like, really? And she's like, yeah, he's just being a big baby about it. I'm like, what? And she's like, what did she say? She was just like, it basically just like grazed it, and it just had pinched like a little small piece of the skin so hard that it like created like a blood blister and then popped it. Like, dude got fucking lucky. Otherwise, he could have lost the whole head. But it was really funny because on the drive there, I'm one of those people that gives like garbage fucking like I don't have like bedside manner. I'm not really good when people are in like struggling and stuff. I don't know what to like. I don't know how to calm people down. I just like make light of situations typically. So when we were driving, the dude was like, he's like, dude, I'm so worried. I want to have kids. My wife's gonna kill me. You know, I want to have kids, man. I want to have kids. And I like turned to him and I'm like, hey, man, we just call this natural selection. He didn't fucking like that. He didn't fucking like that. He was like, he's like, what?
The straw hats saw I'll do.
My man.
They needed a new sword. It seemed like fun.
Man.
Why didn't you tell me you were at Komoda?
You were busy with the other samurai lords.
I was sharing a drink with my men.
I could have used a drink before that battle.
Yeah, I'll bet.
His when we were talking to the nurse, he was like, you know, the nurse is like, you know, he's like, because he's telling her, he's like, you know, do what? She's like, no, you'll be fine. She's like, I'm just gonna give you some ointment, and that's all you should need. He's like, ointment? He's like, maybe I need to get a second. Maybe I should get a second opinion. And she's like, you grazed it. It's not that big of a deal. And he's just like, are you sure though? And she's just like, yes, you're going to be fine. And she's like, put some ointment on it. And she's like, you know, and obviously don't be active with it or anything, or you can get it infected. So she's like, don't, what she says, you know, don't be active with it. And he's like, oh, wife's gonna, he's like, wife's not gonna like that. And she's like, yeah, sure she won't. Damn, dude, like this dude's getting it from all ends.
Samurai!
Was this your wagon?
The construction worker stereotypes are real.
My horse, took my rice.
You're lucky that's all you lost.
The shadow of foreman for a day? Yeah, they are real. They are real.
Take refuge at the Golden Temple. Warn others to stay off these roads.
Same thing goes like all construction worker stereotypes are like welders. Welders think they're the fucking god of the job site. They think they're God's gift to men. Half of them fucking bust most of their welds to begin with, but come in asking like they need to get fucking per diem and extra pay and shit.
And he'll grant you anything in his power.
What's he got the power to give?
I remember we were on this
He can declare the Straw Hats a samurai clan and make you their lord.
On an island conquered by Mongols.
We will drive them out. Your name will appear in the Shogun's official records.
You really believe that?
I believe it's worth fighting for.
You've always been a dreamer.
It can't have been easy keeping the Straw Hats together after Komodo Beach. How did you do it?
I convinced them nobody can save us but ourselves.
That's true.
I used to think so. But it's starting to feel like a lie.
How many men do you have?
Oh shit.
We're down by half, but still enough to call ourselves a small army. Why?
That peasant said the Mongols stole his rice and went to Fort Ohira.
You think they're hoarding food there?
Possibly.
Do you have an idea?
The beginning of one.
So, I was on a job before, and we had like a really hard time finding welders, and they put out a call to the hall to bring in welders. And when they called in all these folks, like there was one day where like 20 welders showed up, and like I remember I was doing like some of their like hiring paperwork and shit, and these dudes were like talking mad game. They're like, oh, you know, I shouldn't even be on this job. I should be on a different job. This doesn't pay enough. Are they gonna give us per diem? Are they gonna give us this? And I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm like, let's probably just, you know, pass your weld test first. All 20 of these motherfuckers failed their weld test.
About time. I don't see any food.
Men, this is my old friend, Lord Sakai.
Ryuzo told me you're starving. I'm here to help.
You didn't find food.
We have a plan. Raid Fort Ohira and take back the food Mongols have stolen from our people.
Raid a fort? They'll kill us. Give us a moment. Come with me, Jin.
Raid a fort? They'll kill us.
We should have talked about your idea before telling my men.
I wanted to give them hope.
That's my job.
I meant no disrespect.
It's fine. Through here, Jin. If you ride with the Straw Hats, you have to look the part. I've got a spare set of armor that should fit.
It better not have lice.
Never letting me forget that, are you? Spare armor's in the chest.
Oh shit, I get to look like a fucking Ronin? Hell yeah.
You're not as handsome as me, but it's not bad.
We should check the fort's defenses. Look for weak spots.
My men will handle that part.
Then we have a deal?
Get us that food at Fort Ohira, and we'll get your uncle away from the Mongols.
Thank you, Ryuzo.
Just remember who's in charge of the Straw Hats.
I would never dream of replacing you, my friend.
Give us a head start. We'll meet you at
I like the little
cemetery.
rivalry.
See you there.
You couldn't have give homeboy like a fucking hat in a maybe a little bit better shape? Like even just slightly? The unyielding wind. And max health increase. Oh shit. Here's the new ghost weapon. Smoke bomb. Wind chime. Black powder bomb. Oh yeah.
If I pack the Mongols' black powder into a clay pot, I can set it aflame and throw it as a weapon.
I got a bunch of points to spend. I should put in my stances, maybe. Fuck up these shield bros. One of my standard stance too. Ghost abilities, samurai stuff. Sprint strike sounds really good. Deflecting arrows also sounds like pretty halfway decent too. But I just can dodge the arrows. I feel like they'd be kind of a waste.
About the time period of Ghost of Yote is Miyamoto Musashi would been 20 no 25 years old around them.
Thank you for the $4.99. The interesting thing about the Ghost of Yote is that Miyamoto Musashi would have been around 20 to 25 years old around then. Ronin attire, hell yeah. Those who live and die by the bow and the blade. Weathered straw hat. It's seen better days, but has lived a full life. Ranged weapon swapping. Hold LT to switch between your ranged weapons.
Men, we're moving out.
Enable armor loadouts. Oh, it's like a thing. Okay. Linen. This stuff. Cool. Reflecting arrows is pretty good. 1603 would be 19 to 20 years old. Oh. Would it? Yeah. Got any leftover copper on your side? I'll throw it away. Wink, wink. Yeah, I've heard that fucking many times before. I've heard that many times before. All right, chat. That's it for me tonight. It's we've gotten 6.5 hours. I was gonna cut it at about 6, but I pushed it a little bit further so we could finish that. But I'll try to put in like a full gaming stream soon, I think, or not like full game, but you know what I mean. Like try to get more game time in. Also, I need to try to get on a little bit earlier too if I can. But it's time for me to get some dinner in me. It's dinner time. chill out for the rest of the evening. Tomorrow I might pop on for a little bit, and we'll maybe we'll play more Ghost of Tsushima. Wasn't there something else that I said I was gonna play on Saturday? I said, oh, maybe I'll hop on and I'll play this, and I said I'd play it with people. I can't remember what it was. Do you guys remember? Pet the kitty, please. Oh, he's gonna get plenty of it. Warframe? I don't know if I don't think it was Warframe. I thought it was something else. I thought we were talking about other games. I don't know. We'll figure it out. If I hop on tomorrow, I'll hop on a little bit earlier and stream for a little bit. We'll see though. Outside of that, my friends, enjoy the rest of your evening. If I don't see you tomorrow, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you guys for hanging out. Today was an absolutely fantastic stream, just like yesterday, just like they always were. And yeah, I will catch you guys later. If I don't see you tomorrow, you'll see me in a video on Tuesday. We got plenty of stuff to talk about. It might even be earlier than Tuesday. I might end up putting... Well, no, it'll be Tuesday probably. I don't know. Maybe unless Sunday I wake up and choose violence. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Outside of that, thank you guys for hanging out. Stay cool. Stay righteous. Stay safe, my friends. Thank you guys for all the subs, super chats, donos, all that good stuff. You guys make the dream work, and I wouldn't be able to do it without you. So extremely thankful. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your evening.